Hello, hello, my lovelies. Welcome, welcome in. Happy time zones. Happy Wednesday. I hope you've all been having a good week so far, and a good weekend, since I didn't see you on Monday. I did plan on streaming on Monday. I had a little, delayed day, so, the flurry of bongers. I don't know why that happened. I think it was because all the emotes from chat was coming through all at once. Speaking of, hello Green, hello Cinnamon, hello Kiwi, hello Blue, hello Olivia, hello Dallas, hello Golden, hello Red, hello Caviar, hello Elixir, hello Golden, hello anyone who is lurking. Whoa. Green, I hope you enjoy your soup, or stew, or whichever it is that you have made. But hello. I put streamers just chatting today. We'll see how it goes. I am still in that struggle of, I want to stream. It's not that I don't want to stream. I do want to stream. I enjoy streaming. But I'm at a point where I'm like, I don't know what to stream. Because it's got to a point like, those of you who were here for last stream, not this Monday gone, but the Monday before, I was trying to work on stickers on stream, and I got, like, one, two drawn in what, like a 6-hour stream? It's not good for me to do work that needs to get done on stream and draw stuff that needs to get done on stream because I just get so distracted. Whereas last night, I just went in the co-working silent voice chat in my Discord, shared my screen in there, not allowed to talk, just focusing, and I got them all done in like 2 hours. So, you know, there's the difference. Hi Linka, welcome in. Which is why I get so frustrated about how slow I draw on stream. Those of you who follow me on other socials will know what I've been drawing lately, that I have had a sudden surge of drawing juice in my brain, but the stuff I've been drawing is not something that I could share on Twitch, so we can't do that on stream. I have been struggling to find a current game to play, and I'm gonna be honest, I think I just don't have an interest in playing games at the moment. I've never been a big... I don't even like saying gamer because I'm not at all. I've never played games a lot anyway. I've only done so more since starting to stream. But, there are some games I'd be willing to replay, and, at least one game that I have that I haven't played yet. I'm just not really in the mood to. Yeah, so we'll have to see. I was talking in Discord, right before stream, about Great God Grove, which I have, because it's made by Limbo Lane, which are the developers of Smile For Me, which you guys might be familiar with, because I've played all the way through like twice, I think, on stream now, and I love it very much. And so I was really excited for them to put out another game. And I have it, I did buy it, I just haven't even like opened it to test to see if it can open, because you know, we've got to a point where it's not just a matter of, oh, will my game really lag? That's why I don't really play like 3D games. Like, I know I said I might replay Stanley Parable. I would still like to do that on stream and introduce people who aren't familiar with the game to it, because it is my favorite game, but it lags. Not the game, my PC's so old, it even just struggles with that, and it's not, Stanley Parable's not got crazy graphics, you know? But we've got to a point where new games coming out won't necessarily play, like, Vampire Therapist won't open on my PC. The only way that we streamed it is I had it running on my laptop, and then, this is the way we had to stream this, I had it playing on my laptop, and then I had a screen share open, like a Discord call with myself from my laptop to my PC, and then was streaming that screen share. which was ridiculous. Neither my PC or my laptop liked that setup, and then my laptop broke. So, and it's still broke. It's just dead. It's dead. So, I don't know if if the game will even open. We'll have to see. I have a feeling, you know, I got Hades 2 for early access and haven't played it because I've been kind of just waiting for the full game, to be honest. Or at least making myself finish more of Hades 1. But I wonder if it won't open. Because when I was having the issues with Vampire Therapist not opening, Cyrus, the developer, was very sweet and tried to talk me through like troubleshooting how to fix it, and in the end he was just like, I just don't think your PC, I think it's too old. And he said that he was surprised it was even running Hades. And I'm like, that doesn't bode well for Hades 2, does it? If he was surprised that it was even managing to run Hades 1. I haven't installed Hades 2, but I don't think that bodes well, does it? So, oops. Obviously, I could always go back to streaming Hades 1. I do like playing Hades, and as much as we've finished, like, kind of the main first plot, there's side quests I haven't finished yet that I want to do. And Hades was supposed to be this game of, if I didn't know what I was streaming, we can always boot up Hades. But the fact is, I worry that it's... One, I'm currently happily hyperfixating on Castlevania and Fear and Hunger, and I don't need Hades to come back into my brain. I mean, Hades is one of those fandoms that's like always there in the back of my mind, but still. But I also worry that it's really boring when I stream Hades. Because I can't talk while I play it. I mean, one, there's no voice acting for me to do, but thank God, then my voice doesn't break. But, I concentrate when I play Hades, so I don't talk a whole lot while playing it. You can't really rest while you're doing Hades. But it's sad, because I like to think I got good at it. I mean, I got to or at least good on God mode by my standards, because normally I've never played that kind of game before, and normally I'm not great at playing games, but, you know, I've got to a point I don't worry about going into the Hades fight. Like, I know I'll beat him every single time. I know I'll complete every run. Which is... was strange after, I mean, how many times was I, like, crying if we didn't meet Patroclus, right? Because I'd be, like, out of Death Defied, and I would be like, please have a kiss, and please meet Pat, and please be able to buy the Kiss of Sticks, otherwise I'm gonna die facing Hades. And now I meet Pat, and I'm like, hi, I don't actually need anything from you, sorry. Like, I'm like, I don't know what to buy. I still have all my Death Defied. I don't know if I'd be out of practice now. Well, I know Gwyn enjoys seeing Hades, but yeah, I guess I worried, like, compared to other games that it's a bit boring to watch. There's so many new people now. I'm not restarting the game, you just have to accept that I already finished the main, like, first story. I do miss my husband. But, we'll see. Not today, but yeah, we'll see about if I do, if I get over this weird thing and just get into playing Hades again, or two, I do a test stream for Great God Grove and see. Or not even a test stream, just like install it and see. I mean, I can't install it on my actual PC. That's so bad. It's full. It barely has any room to do anything. The hard drive is so tiny. So I'll have to install it onto one of my external hard drives and just make sure that's plugged in when streaming. Yeah, I'll have to, one, see if my PC opens it, and then if it does open it, do a test stream. Because, like, honestly, what was going to be the go-to, if I didn't know what to do, was going to be web fishing. And then that also gives you guys the chance to interact more, because you can join the web fishing lobby with me, but... Ooh. And, I streamed web fishing once, and it lagged stream out so much. Not even just, like, if it lags my PC... whatever, like, as long as it's playable, but while watching the VOD back, the frame rate was so low. It was like 1 frame every 10 seconds. and it dropped so many frames that you guys were like 2 minutes behind me in terms of like what you were hearing me say was something I actually said 2 minutes ago, which creates, and that makes it harder to interact with chat if I like ask you guys a question and then I have to sit in silence for 2 minutes while I wait till you can hear it to get your answer. It's not good. So I don't think web phishing on stream is going to be a thing until we get the new PC, which we are looking into. I need to talk to my dad about it again. I really want to try and get that sorted ASAP. Might do a donathon for it. I don't know how much it's going to cost yet, so we'll see. I wasn't initially going to, and I feel really bad if I end up doing a donathon for the PC plus a separate donathon later in the year for moving out, because I'm like, that feels so greedy. I don't know, that feels, it feels exploitative to me to be like, hey, let's do 2 donathons in like a few months time away from each other. To be like, give me more money, like, I don't like how that feels. I feel icky about it, but I don't know how much it's gonna cost, and I don't, I had a big old thing I had to pay last month, and it was a lot, and it was like twice as much as I expected it to be. And I'm still kind of reeling from that, but I'm like, oh, that was a lot of money that had to go. And now, and I wanted to get my new PC now before I move, so my dad can help me build it. Fuck it, I'll just say what it was. It's like, I'm not going to talk about like what the actual finance numbers are, because I feel that's weird and kind of personal, but like, some of you are small businesses or self-employed in the UK, so you know what, if you're not aware of this, here's a fucking PSA, because I didn't know about this shit, that, it's just it was my tags this year, which, and it was more than I thought for 2 reasons. One, I mean, thank you, frankly, the fact that it was more means I'm earning more money. So thank you, all of you, because you're the reason why. Most of you are Patreon members, and even if you aren't, you're either watching stream, which is giving me money on ads, or watching my YouTube, which is giving me money on ads. It's okay if you use an ad blocker, I won't tell YouTube. Where was I last month? Yeah, so in the UK, if you are like registered as like a self-employed, like sole trader or whatever, so you do your tax return yourself, you don't get like you're not getting like a pay slip from someone else. Well, 2 things. One, this is the first year that I've made enough money that student finance are now taking their student loans back from me. That wasn't too crazy an amount. Obviously, that made it quite a bit more. But I was, to be honest, dreading that the student finance amount was going to be more than it was. So even though it was a lot, I was like, that wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. I have a lot of student loans to pay off. Because at 3 years of a course, and also because my family, you can get maintenance loans in the UK as well, where they will, like, pay for your, like, accommodation, right? It's not directly pay for your accommodation. They'll give you a chunk of money and then you are meant to spend that on your accommodation. Because I did move away for uni to a different city. And they'll offer you more the lower your income is, or the lower your parents' income is. So I have that as well, so that's why my student loans are more than some. And then the other thing is, which I didn't know was a thing, and made me have a whole panic and cry, which is like, so if you're in the UK and you are registered as a sole trader, self-employed, once you... I'm gonna miss that. I don't think it's earn over a certain amount. I think it's once your tax bill, once the amount of tax you have to pay is over a certain amount, and I can't remember what the amount is. But once it gets over a certain amount, I think it's the amount of tax you have to pay. I don't think it's the income that you're receiving. I don't remember. What they do is they start charging you for a tax like a year in advance. So like, let's say you're in year 3 of being self-employed and you've reached this threshold, they will, you know, so you're in your year 3, what you're actually paying in year 3 is you're going to pay your year 4 tax. They're going to guess, based on what you paid last year, what they think you'll pay next year. And if they charge you too much, they'll give you a refund at the end of the next year. And if they don't charge you enough, then you'll have to pay extra what you owe. I don't know why they do that, but that's what happens once you start paying over a certain amount. But that's not too bad, right? Because you're still only paying one's year of tax per year. Like in year 3, you're paying year 4's tax, and in year 4, you're paying year 5's tax. Apart from, obviously, what that means is the first year that happens, you have to pay your 2 years worth of tax all at once. You have to pay the actual tax that you owe for your year 3, plus what they think that you will owe in year 4. And then that next year, you go back to just paying, you know, what they think you'll owe in year 5, but it's like, oh, I had to pay 2 years worth of tax. So my tax bill was double what it was supposed to be, what I thought it was going to be, because I didn't know about this thing. And I was telling my dad about it, and he was like, oh, no, I do remember that, yeah, because my dad's also, has been self-employed. But he's just like, yeah, I haven't had, it's been years since he had to do that, so he'd forgotten all about it. And I'm like, so, not fun. When I was like, is there some sort of mistake? And I was searching about it, and all the forms online, the like forum posts and stuff, were all just like, what the fuck is this thing? No one told me about it. And people just like, especially like, imagine if you're like a really small business, right? A lot of people won't. I'm lucky that I don't buy a lot of stuff, and I have a lot of savings, and there's so many of you on Patreon that I could afford it. I'm fine. I could afford it, and I've still got plenty in savings. But like, oh my god, imagine if you didn't. There were so many people online that were like, I had no idea about this, and I can't. Then they couldn't afford it. Write it down so I can actually ask the people I see next month about it. Let me find out what it's actually called, Green. Let me do that for you. Because there's a name for it. Where's my tax return folder? There is a name for the specific thingy, and then that'll make it easier rather than you being like, what's the thing where I have to pay more tax? Is this it? We're trying to find the actual name for it. Let's just use that. I swear there's another name for it. I don't see it. Where's the name for the thing? Yeah, I swear I had another name. I could probably just look at my search history and probably find it that way. I don't see what the name of the thing was. It had its own name. Gonna find it. So if you are in the UK and you do have to submit any kind of self-employed tax return, yeah, be careful. Be aware of that nasty thing that I didn't know about. Oops, I messed up. I swear I had like a proper name. just have to scroll through January. I know you didn't ask, but I like being helpful. I want to be able to actually tell you what it's called. Payment on account, that's what it's called. It's called that. What a catchy name. What a not all confusing name, because you might just think it means what do you mean it's called payment on account? That's just stupid, not helpful name of something to Google. Because how many other things, how many tax terms has the word payment in it or account in it? But that's what it's called. But there's a page on page on Mercy's website. Right? Like if you search payment on account, it will come up. Payment on account, so payments towards your next tax bill. Yeah, which sounds, you're like, okay, I don't know why I'm paying a year in advance, but that's fine. Apart from obviously the first year you do it where you have to pay 2 years at the same time, and they don't... Like, yes, the information's here on the website, and I get it, like, who would, like, unless I know other people who are self-employed and this has happened to them, who's gonna tell me? But I don't know, maybe when I submit previous tax returns and it looks like I might be getting close to the payment on account threshold, maybe they should send you like a warning, like, hey, just so you know, next year you might have to do this. And I'm lucky that I don't, like I say, I don't spend a lot, I have a lot of savings. I do pay rent to live here, but like, I don't, that's like my only bill that I have. I don't have like, well, I was gonna say I don't have Netflix or anything, it's like, well, I have NeoCities. That's like it. Yeah, that's really shit me up. And so I'm like, should I do a donathon for the PC? I'm really nervous. I think moving out is gonna be scarier, well, not scarier than I thought. It's gonna be as scary as I thought, but I'm like, I think there's gonna be more money. I think I'm gonna... Moving might cost more money than I thought it did. Thought it was going to, and that was a big fucking chunks to go out of my account. Like, multiple months of wages amount, so I'm like... But I still feel bad about the idea of, like, if I end up doing 2 donathon. And the only reason it would be donathon rather than subathon is because of what we discovered from doing Julia's, like, dental donathon last year. And my last subathon. Sorry, I should say, my last subathon that we did. The, like, November 2023 subathon that I did. I can't remember what that was for, 500 followers, I think. Twitch takes 50%. Which, you know, if it's £2 and you get £1, you're like, well, at least I still got £1. But obviously once the number gets, you know, you're like, well, that's only £1 difference between what I got and what they took, but... You guys raised me £600 during that donathon, and I got 300 of it, which is still a nice amount of money. I'm not saying that's not a lot, that is a lot of money. It's a lot less than 600 though, isn't it? So, like, if it was just to celebrate Twitch, then I wouldn't care how much money I'm getting, right? If it's just, like, for you guys to get more access to emotes and stuff and unlock goals, then sure. But if the point of it is so I can afford to buy something, it makes more sense to do it as a donathon, because if I got the money through you guys subscribing on Twitch, which would be a subathon, I would only get 50% of it, whereas if we did a donathon and you guys donate on Ko-fi, PayPal only takes 10%, compared to Twitch's 50%. So I would get more of that to actually be able to spend. And it would because it's a donathon, there would still be rewards and stuff. The idea I'm toying with is doing a little bit different. Saving, like, the proper donathon with, like, a whole wall of rewards and stuff, like what we had last time, for the actual moving out, like, apartment deposit, furniture, costs, stuff. and instead for the PC one, doing like trying to do a keyboard stream. If we can get, my mum said I can use her keyboard. That's the only one that has speakers in it. My dad has like 500 other keyboards. Like at least like 5 to 10 other keyboards, and but none of them have speakers. And I don't know where the fuck it would plug into my PC or if my PC could handle it. So it would be put the keyboard in the room, have it play out of its speakers, and then my mic will pick the sound up. And Mum said I can borrow hers. Because people have been interested in me doing a keyboard stream, and people have been interested in me playing piano more. Which I do, IRL, but people have been asking more for it in audios, because it was in one old Arcane audio I did years ago. And the reason it's not been in more is because in order to do that audio, I was recording the audio on my phone, which is why the quality of that audio is kind of shit, because it's on my phone, not on my actual proper microphone, because there's no way to get my record set up downstairs. And that was done on the actual piano. We have keyboards, and then we have an actual, like, proper acoustic, like, actual real piano. So that audio is done on the real piano. One, that's in my dad's room, so that's not always an option for me to go in there. And if I were to record on the keyboard instead, it wouldn't, on my electric piano or one of the keyboards instead, it wouldn't sound as nice, because the thing with recording on any kind of electric piano or keyboard is the sound of the keys themselves, like the sound of the actual key going down, makes its own sound, as well as the note sounding. But also there's no way for me to get my PC downstairs to record, and there's no way for me to get the piano upstairs. It could have been possible if my laptop still worked, because I could have brought that down and plugged it into my microphone, but it don't. So, what I've been thinking, and obviously this is dependent on what you guys are down for, is, if, for the raising money for PC, if I did keyboard stream, and you guys could request songs, but in order to be able to request a song, you would have to donate minimum like $3 on Ko-fi. £3 would get you a song request. I don't know if people, and I'd try and have rewards as well. Like, if all together we raise this much money, it will unlock this goal. Like, I'll try and have classic donathon goals as well. I don't think we'll have loads of them, because 1, I haven't finished all the donathon goals from last year. 2, I can't think of any more that I haven't already done. 3, I would like to save the nicest and best and biggest ones for the moving out donathon, because that's what I would need more money for than the PC. I'm like shaking. This is what I get for not streaming in a while. For some reason I'm like nervous. Hi Puppy, hi Julia, well, good morning. I'm trying to work hard, you're awake early. I know you said your tummy was aching. I'm sorry if it's still aching. Morning. Talking about ideas I have for, if I do a donathon stream for the PC, for the new PC, some point, maybe like March or something, I don't know when the PC's gonna happen. And then still do one later in the year for moving out. I'm hoping that moving out could coincide with my birthday, and maybe also with hitting 1,000 followers. We're almost at 950 already. And then that can just be like a group thing of like celebrating, because May is my birthday and also my streaming anniversary, and I'd like to be moved out for my birthday, and we also might be at 1,000 followers by then, so that can be all of those things together, donathon. But if I do a smaller one for my PC first, I just hope people don't think that that's greedy to do like 2 in like a few months apart. It's just what, you know, it's just worked out this way. Obviously, I wanted to move out last year. And I did try, and I was looking at apartments, and I applied for apartments, but it just didn't happen. But if we did a PC donathon where I have the keyboard out, and you guys have to donate... The reason why I say minimum £3 is because that's, like, Ko-fi's, like, default amount. In order to request me to play a song. I would have to... It would be from a list, like how I do karaoke, because obviously I don't know every song. Like, I would hate someone to pay money and then be like, play this song, and it's a song I've never heard of, and I'll be like, I don't know that song, and yeah, I could look up sheet music, but I'm not good at sight reading if I've never heard the piece. If I've heard the piece before, then sure, I can look at sheet music and just play it. But if I've never heard it, I don't want to sight read like that. And also, what if the piece doesn't have any sheet music in existence? Then I'm not going to sit there working out by ear a piece that I've never heard before. So there would be a list. It wouldn't be on Streamer Song List because you can only have one list per Twitch account. So I'd have to make like a Google Doc or something that you guys would be able to have access to. And there might be like other rewards as well. We can have like, if like all of your donations added together equals this amount, I'll open a magma canvas. I'll do actual karaoke, like singing karaoke. I don't know what else, maybe art giveaways. I don't know what really else to offer. I don't want to do too many things. Like, I've still got things left over from last year, you know? And I've still got so much audio stuff I want to work on. I haven't done any more work on the Monster Boy Band, guys, in the last month, so I gotta be working on that. I've got scary real life stuff I gotta get done in the next couple of weeks, which means a lot of phone calls. I don't like phone calls, but that's my idea. I don't know if people would want to donate for that, but and obviously that will depend on if my microphone will pick up the keyboard well and I can get the volumes leveled out and stuff, and if the keyboard can fit somewhere in my room where I can sit at it. I don't want to be having to stand the whole time. And if I can find where my sustain pedal went. I do have a separate one that I can plug into the keyboard somewhere. One, I'm not playing without a sustain pedal. And two, I do have one that I bought when I went to uni, because I brought a keyboard with me to uni, because I'm a nerd. I don't know where it went. I think I might have given it to my dad. I guess I can buy a new one if I can't, but I don't think they're that much money. But yeah. Obviously I have to do like a test stream to make sure that the keyboard sounds fine before deciding to commit to that to be a donathon thing. And then for the moving out one, I can always have one of the rewards be, I'll bring back the keyboard. I'll be nervous. I hate playing in front of people. I used to be so unable to go on the piano as a kid, before we had my electric one. Because my electric piano you can plug headphones into, but obviously you can't do that with a real piano. And I hated playing it and practicing on it, because I'm like, everyone in the house can hear. I have such stage fright. But if I can get over that and in order to do karaoke streams, I always get nervous before karaoke streams, but I can do them. I can play piano better than I can sing. So, in my opinion, so if I can do karaoke, I don't see why I shouldn't be able to get myself to do the keyboard. We'll just have to see. That's thoughts I have for stuff for coming up. Oh my god, my breath, that's not a sentence. Obviously I gotta work out how much this whole PC situation is gonna cost and what exact parts I'm getting and whatnot. Recently I had that when I was in music school. Oh my god. I did music at GCSE at high school, and well, everyone had to do music for the first 2 years in high school, and then you got to choose whether you want to do it as an option for your high school qualification, which I did. But God, I mean, yeah, the first 2 years sucked because, well, I would always get singled out and like picked on by all the kids because I was the only one who already knew how to play piano, so all the kids didn't like me because I could do that. And like, even though I was really shy and bullied all the time, I got labeled as a show-off. It's like, I'm not a show-off, I just know how to play. Hi Kitty, welcome in. We're talking about potential keyboard stream, but me having stage fright. But yeah, when we did music at high school, the kids, it was the one thing that I felt good at, and I got picked on for it, of course. But yeah, we would have to do performances in front of the whole class, like, I don't know how many times a year, a few times. And everyone in the class was like learning their own, like, the beginner pieces that the teacher was teaching everyone. But because I already knew how to play, because for those that aren't aware, my dad is a music teacher. I was taught how to play piano. I grew up with a piano in the house, and I was taught how to play and read sheet music. I don't know, like 2 years old. I can't remember a time where I couldn't. There are pictures of baby Prince at the piano, so when it was time to like do performances, which might have been like at the end of maybe like every 6 weeks or something like that, everyone would be doing all the same piece, and then because I already knew how to play, I was allowed to just do what my teacher knew that my dad was also a teacher. She was like, you can just play whatever piece your dad's currently like set you to learn. So I would just do my own piece that was obviously different from what everyone else was doing. And oh god, I felt so sick every time, because I'm like, not only am I performing in front of like 20 other kids, but it's 20 other kids that don't like me. Like, why can't we go in a separate, why can't it be like, you know, when we would do language exams, oral exams for languages, and your teacher would take you one by one into a room and have you speak with, can't we do that? Can we do that for music? Can't we just go into a room on our own? But then because I chose to do music for one of my high school degrees, not degree, but qualifications. If I say GCSE, most of you won't know what that means. That course was, there was an exam. You had to like learn about like 12 different pieces of music, all of different genres, and there would be like a written exam. We'd have to answer questions about the piece, about the sheet music, and there would be a CD that they would play. And you'd have to be like, oh, what part of the piece was that? And what, like, key, what time signature was it in, or whatever. I hated the written exam. Music theory is not my strong suit when it comes to music. And then you had to do 2 compositions, which I wish I still had copies of. I wanted to keep copies of. I remember, like, after I left high school, I asked I was, like, trying to get in contact with my teacher, like, do you have a copy with them? Because I can't have access to the school system anymore. I can't get in my school account OneDrive. But I never got them back. But I didn't mind the compositions, and I did fine at that. And then you had to do 2 performances. You had to do a solo and a duet/band performance. It wasn't as bad performing in music class once I took it as an option, because there was actually only 5 of us who took it as an option. There were 6 of us, 1 dropped out after the first year. Because there was only 5 of us, they actually made us share the classroom and the class time with the performing arts class. So our teacher was having to teach music and performing arts at the same time, with 2 different classes in the same classroom, which is stupid. So I think I remember one time in the first year, she was just like, oh, we had to like do this Mozart piece, and she was like, and because I was just in the main room and not in this little, we had this separate room that was just like a little like fucking shipping container with a window in it. That's what it felt like. In the car park that had some extra keyboards and stuff in that we could go in if we wanted to be away from the performing arts lot. I remember one time I had to perform and they were in the room. I don't like that. But the actual like stuff that counted towards our grade, which was the 1 solo performance, 1 duet/band, one of the kids did their duet with, like, one of the school's music teachers. The rest of them all did it together. And then me, I did mine with my dad. I didn't have any friends. That's so sad. You're allowed to do it with people that, like, they didn't, the other person didn't have to be someone that went to the school. But, at least with those, we only had to do them in front of the teacher, and the teacher had to record them. And I couldn't even do that. I remember doing my solo piece, which I did, we could choose. So for my solo piece I did, The Heart Asks for Pleasure First from the film The Piano. And, boy, I must have, like, messed up or, like, froze and stopped and started, like, 10 times, and she kept having to and then stop the recording, delete the recording, alright, start again. Like, so many times over and over that she just gave up with me. She was like, right, let's just try again next week when you listen over. So I'm like, I'm not gonna be listening. But I mean, I had to do it again the next week, and it still took a few attempts, but happened eventually. I'm like, can't you just leave the recording device in the room with me? But no. At least when my dad came in, because he came in, like, during, like, school lunch break to do the duet with me, at least I managed to do that in one take. I think maybe just because I was, like, too scared of messing up in front of my dad. What did we do for a duet? We did, a piano duet, because it didn't have to be on the piano. It didn't have to be piano if you were doing music, so, like, when the other kids were doing it, they did, I can't remember, like, one of them was on, like, trumpet or something, but, we did Hungarian dance number 5, or whatever. Hey, don't like doing it with other people. I know it's like, well, how'd you do karaoke stream? I'm like, because you guys can't see me, so it doesn't affect the scopophobia as much. The worst part is, like, people being able to look at me while I'm doing it. Presentations too suck. I'm so glad that at university, because, like, I would have hated if I had to do presentations at university. We were supposed to, but because of how bad my anxiety gets, they let me do essays instead. Which is good, because if I'd been forced to do the presentation, I don't think I would have got a higher grade. Like, I think my grade would have been lower because I would have messed it up. Or it would have stressed me out so much, I would have, like, messed up all my other work, because I would have just been such a frazzled mess. Which then, like, pissed me off, because I remember being at school and being like, well, when you get to university, you'll have to do presentations, and that you'll just have to do them. Or later in life, you'll have to do public speaking, you'll just have to. And it's like, no, actually. Turns out at university, if you feel like you really can't do presentations because your anxiety's so bad that, like, you're gonna be shaking, you're gonna be sick, you're gonna be like, I would have been ill weeks leading up to it. They just go, oh, you can just do an essay instead, that's fine. And they just let you. They just let you do an essay instead. And then you might go into a job where you don't have to do public speaking. I don't, like, what the fuck, high school? So much of the stuff that high school said about, like, well, you'll never be allowed to do this at university. Yeah, you could. You could. At my university, it took me so long at university to learn that, 1, you could eat and drink whenever you wanted. You could just have food out with you all the time. 2, you didn't have to ask permission to go to the toilet. You could just go pee whenever you wanted. I mean, I did an art degree, so I'm not talking about, like, eating food and getting up in the middle of a lecture. Like, our time in the studio, where we had to, like, actually, because you had to be in the studio for at least, like, so many hours a week, at least, like, 2 days a week. Yeah, but you could do what you wanted while you were there. You could have your headphones in the whole time. It was so hard getting out of the habit of having to be, like, just assuming that I wasn't allowed to go to the toilet. It took until 3rd year to realize, like, oh, I can just pee whenever I want. You mean because I was so used to dehydrating myself as a kid, because the toilets in high school were disgusting. Like, it's like, yeah, there's a reason I didn't go during my lunch break, because they're disgusting. And then with college, I was so used to, like, not drinking any water the entire time I was at school, so I didn't have to go to the bathroom. Because most teachers wouldn't let you anyway. And if you tried to go during lunch break, either there'd be a massive queue, or again, the state of them was just it was so gross. I'm like, I'm not going in there. Oh my god. She would know, even though my tutor was all broke because of all this. Yeah, the shocking moment when university professors just treat you like an adult that's paying to be there, right? My god, right. Sorry, that was I guess the fact that I was like, I don't know if I'll have enough to say on this Just Chatting stream. It's only been an hour and I haven't got to any of my announcements, so I think we're fine. The plan for stream is I'm just gonna chat with you guys, and then if I run out of things to say, I'll work on my website a bit. I know it's wild. It's ridiculous that when I'm like. Whenever I actually label a stream with the Just Chatting tag, because normally what happens when I ramble for too long, I have actually said it's going to be an art stream or a game stream, and then I ramble too long. When I actually choose the Just Chatting tag label, I really worry that I'm just, like, not going to have enough to say. But we're an hour in and I haven't got to any of the stuff I wanted to talk about, so I guess it's fine. I'm gonna try and think and go through, like, maybe chronologically through the week what I've got done. Maybe that will be a way to do it. So you guys on Monday, not this Monday, Monday before, where I barely got any art done because I'm so bad at doing art on streams because I just get so distracted. I get nervous as well drawing when people are watching. But it's mostly that I just get distracted and we talk for too long, and we ended up looking at fictional character birthdays, what fictional characters we shared a birthday with. That's the last time I saw you guys. What has happened since then? Well, it's been 2 weeks of Etsy orders since then, and I can happily say all of the JVIC keychain and wooden pin pre-orders have left my house. They're all gone. They're all out in the world, either with you or on their way to you. All the pre-orders have been shipped. Thank fuck. There's still a lot of leftovers, so if anyone wanted any of the keychains or pins and couldn't get them because they were sold out, all of them are back in stock. And I no longer have over 100 Etsy orders sitting on Etsy waiting to go. So that's nice. I just dispatched the rest of the last batch of them this morning. We're all out there now. What else? I didn't stream last Wednesday, and I don't remember why I said I didn't stream. I don't remember why I said I didn't stream. Oops. Accidentally just unplugged my headphones. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't remember why I said I wasn't streaming. I'm gonna have to literally look at what I said on Discord. Oh, because of Tuesday. Yeah, because of how stressed out I got on Tuesday. Yeah, we had, we're all okay. My dad had a bit of a health scare last Tuesday. He's fine. But he was up at the hospital most of the day. And Mum, of course, was doing her usual, like, telling us that he was gonna die when it's like, no, he turns out he just had a skin infection and he's on antibiotics and now he's fine. You know. She likes to tell you that everything's gonna be the end of the world. And that left me pretty shaken up. He's fine. But I was like, I don't think I need to stream. I don't think I'm gonna stream in the morning. I just was not. I was like, I need to. Sorry, calm down from all of that. Also, oh, sure, let's share this. I had my own stress on Tuesday as well with the hospital. I'm gonna You guys know I went in for that MRI, right? Like, back in, like, the beginning of January. And they were like, you'll get your results within a month. And if you don't get them, you'll have to chase them up. And I didn't get referred there from my GP. I got referred there from a doctor in the hospital. My GP referred me to the ENT department. The ENT department referred me to the MRI people. And they said the results will go back to the ENT department. And I'm like, okay. Well, it's been over a month. I have received nothing. So I'm trying. I hate having to call the hospital because half of the numbers that you can find online, half the departments don't even have public numbers, and the other half the numbers that are listed online don't work. So I'm like, a general inquiries number is not the right number to try. Okay, there's like an outpatient's number. I try that one. They say this isn't the right number, but we're gonna give here's the number you should call. I'm like, okay. I try and call the number that they give me, which is supposed to be the ENT reception number. No one picks up. I try again and again, and just no one picks up. But there's also like no hold system. It's not like you're number 2 in the queue, or sorry, our lines are busy right now. It's just beep beep beep, just that empty dial tone for like 2 minutes, and then it disconnects me, and it just does that over and over, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking walk there, and I'm just gonna ask them in person. I'm just gonna go up to them, and I'm just gonna ask. So I did that. I don't like last minute changes of plans, but I was like, I guess I'm going on a walk. And we go, and they're like, do you have the name of the doctor that referred you? I'm like, I don't. I mean, I do if I was at home. I have the letter, but I don't know off the top of my head. She's like, okay. And she's like, she looks me up, and she's like, I've got nothing here with your name on. And I'm like, can you find anything? So, like, so after 3 different phone numbers, and then walking there in person, I left the hospital with a piece of paper, this piece of paper, which has another 2 phone numbers. I'm gonna scream. After all that, like, all day, as well as, like, my dad being in the hospital all day, not knowing what was happening with him, then going up to the hospital in person, just to be like, for her to be like, here's 2 other phone numbers you can try calling, they might know. And then having to walk home with just this to show for my efforts. And I checked on Google. The ENT department's number and these 2 numbers are not listed anywhere online, or at least nowhere that Google shows you. Like, I searched them in quotation marks, so I could not have found these without asking for them. But like, I haven't called them yet. It's been a week since I was given them, and I'm like, fucking, they can wait. I was like, maybe if I wait another week, they will have the result now. You know, it's not like it might be something important, like an MRI they did on my fucking head or anything. So anyway, I said to myself Thursday, I'll do that. I'll ring those numbers on Thursday. We'll try and figure out what the fuck is going on. So I didn't stream Wednesday because I was pretty worn out after Tuesday. So those are some calls I gotta make, as well as some moving out related calls that I gotta do, because I was trying to see if I qualify for something, and I didn't, and I don't know why, so I gotta request a callback, and I hate that it's to request a callback. Why can't it just be a number? Why can't I just call you? No, it has to be a callback. Which means I'm gonna be sat there all day, not knowing when the phone's gonna ring. I hate that. But that's not a thing for today, for Prince of Wednesday to worry about. So, but that's what's on my brain right now. Oh, why is calling hospitals the most complicated thing in the world? So that was my Tuesday, and that's why we didn't stream Wednesday. What else happened this week? God. I don't remember what I did a week ago. I have such a bad memory. This is so bad for me. I have to try and remember stuff. I think I played web fishing with some of you in Discord last week, but I don't think I ended up drawing anything because I was just so out of it. Been in co-working a lot the last few days trying to get stuff done. Website-wise, obviously, I'm updating the fan art museum as often as I can. Thank you guys so much for even more fan art. Oh, Rat noticed that I'd credited them for a drawing that they didn't remember doing. You know what? Let's get this PSA out here. So, web fishing, Christmas Eve. We were playing web fishing in my Discord. Someone drew Sad Frog. And I thought it was Rat because they had drawn multiple pieces of art. But Rat doesn't remember doing this. If you drew this, please let me know. I can narrow it down because I actually have a screenshot of some people that were playing web fishing with us that day because a bot had joined and I'd taken a screenshot of the member list so that I could remember the bot name. Rat asked me, yeah, I know it's not you, Green, because I have a different screenshot of your drawings from that day, and you were drawing in, like, the secret drawing circle that's, like, tucked away, and you had done multiple drawings on there, so I'm like, if you were gonna draw Sad Frog, you would have drawn it on the same canvas that you were doing all your other drawings. Also, yeah, that's not the art style that you draw in web fishing. Was this Vampire Day? Yes, this was Vampire Day. Let me see where the screenshot is. I won't put it where you guys can see it. But it was either Rat, who just doesn't remember doing it, or Elixir, Specs, Void, Green, Rat, Plant, Aaron, or Cryptid, or I can't remember who else joined. Some people joined later, but I still think it was Rat. The reason why Rat doesn't think it's them is because they said they didn't know who Sad Frog was. Until recently, because they were literally looking at the page and reading the little story behind my little guy. And I'm like, Rat had been in stream the day before, so I'm like, I know Rat had seen Sad Frog before, but I was like, I don't think I would have drawn him without knowing who he was, so I'm like, okay. So yeah, that's interesting, that, Golden, that you say holding up flyers, because, Rat made flyers. It could be Specs. Specs hasn't sent a message in the Discord for a while. Specs was also drawing that day, though. Elsewhere on the canvas. So we do have a little... We have 2 lost posters, because we also don't know who drew this. I didn't write the name down of whoever drew this at the time. This was also drawn Christmas Eve in web fishing. It's not Green, because Green was over here doing this. This is Green's canvas. I don't know if it's Specs, because I have other drawings that I have credited Specs for, and that art style doesn't look the same to me. But it could be. I don't know. We don't know who did either of these drawings. Rat made these lost posters. Will we ever know? Will we ever find out? Who knows? Yeah, we have a memes page. If you guys go out of your way to make silly little memes, they get to be in the fun art museum. Oh, hi guy. Question is, do we update this person's page? I revealed who this was in my Discord the other night. Green was asking about a certain character and saying that he wanted to draw them, but they don't have a canonical appearance, and I was like, they do, actually. And I've actually shown you guys in the Discord the art of him before, I just didn't tell you that this was this man. And Green had actually, I felt so bad. When I shared the art of this character, Green drew fan art of him immediately, because he just thought he looked cool. Meanwhile, I'm like, oh god, this is someone from my OC universe, and I feel so bad that Green doesn't know who this is. I don't like lying. It makes my tism not happy. And I know it's like, well, it's not like lying, because it's like spoilers, because I would like to reveal what he looks like in a future audio. And I managed to keep all quiet about the Johan being Ambrose's sire plot twist. I managed to keep all quiet about the, like, Arden was gonna get introduced into the flashback series. I kept quiet about all those spoilers. This one was harder, because since I'd already shared the art and Green had already drawn him, and every time I go on my Fanworks museum, I see him, and I'm like, I feel bad that Green doesn't know who that is. So, you know, it'll still be a big secret to some people, because not everyone's in the Discord, and not everyone's listening to stream right now to hear me say that this is Matthias. This is Johan's dead husband. Why did I give him the juice box? I think I don't know if I told you he was a vampire, but I mean, he's got the pointed ears, so I presume that you just guessed correctly that he was a vampire. You might have even said, I don't know if he's a vampire or not, but I'm giving him a juice box. I think it was on one of Julia's streams that you drew him in one of Julia's magma canvases. But there were clues that he was Matthias. For example, well, there was one clue. He's alphabetically in the correct position. He's always been alphabetically in the correct position. He's alphabetically after Isaac and before Mercutio. But obviously I did put him down in this section. And not up here because I didn't want to spoil. But obviously not everyone is watching the stream and not everyone is in the Discord, so it will still be a surprise for some people if later in the year, because it's going to be so much later in the year, an audio goes up where the thumbnail looks like this guy. If that happens, if an audio goes up where the thumbnail looks like Matthias, don't be commenting spoilers. Let the name reveal happen organically in the audio, which if so I wasn't going to reveal it until like the second audio in the series. But this is what I mean when I've said like, you guys don't understand, I've got plans for like the Johan series and then doing the flashbacks, and then after that there was going to be another series. And I haven't told you guys what that is. And that's not even going to start going up until like April or May or something, because I'm only doing 2 of these like audios a month. Well, can you guess what that series might be now that I was not telling you guys about, that's gonna come after the Ambrose Arden backstory is finished? I told you I have plans. Maybe you might get Love Bites 2.0. I don't know. I'm not saying shit. Apart from I am, because I'm very bad at keeping... it's not that I'm bad at keeping secrets. These are my own secrets. If it was someone else's secret, I would keep it a secret, but it's my own thing, and I get excited and I want to tell people. But yeah, Green was like, I guess no one else is gonna beat fastest record for like, how soon after I reveal a character design can you guys draw them? Because Green ended up drawing Matthias after I shared the art, but before I revealed that he was Matthias. So... You all have Green to thank for getting this spoiler out there, because Green just was like, I want to draw Matthias, but I don't know what he looks like, and I'm like, like, I feel like, and I say spoiler very lightly, because I'm like, I'm sorry if that does ruin the surprise for anyone, but genuinely, I was getting actually stressed and upset that I felt like I was lying to people, being like, yeah, I don't know who that guy is that you drew. It was starting to be a not fun spoiler to keep. Also, I just wanted to talk about them. I was so hype fixated on Yoho and Matthias all December. I was like having so many ideas for them. I wrote stuff in the Not Safe for Work channels in my Discord. You can go read it if you would like. They are... I love them very much. I was like crying. I remember texting Julia because Julia already knew. I don't think you guys shouldn't be mad that my girlfriend already knew that was Matthias from the beginning. I was texting her so much, being like, I love them so much and I can't tell anyone. But I'm free now. I'm free now. So that happened over the weekend. A lot of things happened over the weekend. What has happened in the last week is the guy in the back of my brain that makes the juice that says I can draw and write has suddenly, he's suddenly back to work. So me, who hasn't been able to draw any, Not Safe for Work art since I used to draw Not Safe for Work art back in like 2020, 2021. A few pieces for like my different Phantom of the Opera use I had at the time. And then I stopped because I just wasn't interested in doing it. And then I've been trying to get back into drawing Not Safe for Work art for like a couple years, especially since I make Not Safe for Work content in other forms. And, you know, I've wanted to be able to especially draw my OCs, and I did in my first ever subathon that we did. Well, no, it wasn't this first subathon, but the November 2023, a subathon goal was that I would draw Not Safe for Work of Amber's and Odd, and I still haven't done that because I just genuinely, every time I tried, I got so uncomfortable. Every time I tried drawing it, I just got so viscerally uncomfortable about it that I couldn't get it done. I've been really trying to gear myself up for doing it and trying again lately and not succeeding. I've had so many like sketches I've opened and then not been able to do anything with them. And then a few days ago, I was like, man, I want to draw Isaiah from Fear and Hunger. I was just thinking about him again because I had joined, I'd copied a little web click thing onto my website, that is, the NPC web click, little group thing where you just copy this code and you can, it's just, you show a love for an NPC or like a really minor character, minor as in opposite of major, not as in child, and you can just put it on your website. And I was like, Isaiah from Fear and Hunger, I don't know why I love him so much, but I do. I just do. Okay? And I couldn't stop thinking about him again. And, I was like, why don't maybe I'll draw him. And maybe I'll make, like, a fan design of what he looks like, so those that don't know, Isaiah has, like, a mask and a whole hood on, and you have no idea what he looks like underneath. I was like, well, I'm just gonna draw him. And, I was like, well, if I'm designing what he looks like with and without clothes, how about when I draw him without clothes, I draw him, like, anatomically correct without clothes. And I was like, but I haven't drawn what's between anyone's legs in, like, 4 or 5 years. But I had a go. And I was quite happy about it, and I was just drawing in, the kind of art style I was doing, well, not art style, but in December I was doing some black and white, like, grayscale drawings, so I was just doing that. I've been doing that again, which has been nice, because I felt a bit less stressed doing those drawings that are a lot more, the line art's a lot sketchier, and the colouring is a lot sketchier as well, a lot rougher. So I did that, and then the next day I was like, I kind of want to draw more, I kind of want to keep practicing. And then I drew the Todd from Elizabeth S. Musical, Nakey, You got two versions. You got, I don't want to call them cis-man, trans-man versions, because to me, the Todd is gender fluid. But you can think about it that way if you want. Drew my first T-dick. What an accomplishment. What a momentous occasion. And you would think that's enough drawing for one day. Wow, you did 2 drawings in 2 days, Prince. No, I did 3. Drew Marvel Rivals Loki. I just was like, I want to draw Loki. Doing stuff with himself, we'll say. And then Green started talking about Fear and Hunger again. Which is a fandom that is... I have some fandoms that were always in the back of my brain. Like, I go through a lot of different hyperfixations on different fandoms. But Castlevania, Hades, Fear and Hunger musicals are always constantly in brain. Green has started shipping something from Fear and Hunger. It will not be anything that anyone could guess, because they're characters from 2 different games that exist hundreds of years apart. But it's a ship with Dawn. And I was like, oh, Dawn. You know what my main ship with Dawn is? It's not Karen, which is what most people ship him with, because, they're, like, bickering and whatnot. And it's not Henrik. Nah, I ship him with Pav. Stinky stanky man. Little chomper, oh god, fuck it, I, like, hate him, and I love him, and I hate him. Look at that, you're gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong? She came down in a bubble, dog. Oh, Green. They should have played Fear and Hunger and Day God would have said, oh. Like, both of them, or just the first one? I hope you are okay. I would not personally play them, because I know I'd find them too much. But, I hope you enjoyed both of them. Whoa. I hope you at least enjoyed them, even though they are a lot. They are a lot. But I love Fear and Hunger very much. So, oh, yeah, as well as drawing, what, you know, I should just look at my own Tumblr and then we can figure out the timeline of what I did over this weekend. Let's do that. Let's scroll back through my own Tumblr. And let's just see what happened. The Gives No Kitties played a horror games in BG3. I think, well, yeah, that's because Kitty's braver than me. I really like horror. I find horror stuff fascinating, but I also can't cope with it. I can't look at body horror or gore or blood if it's like photorealistic, and even if it's animated, I struggle. Like, I have to look away from Castlevania quite a lot. So you would think Fear and Hunger would be a big no-no, but I'm like, I love the characters. My brain clung onto them, I'm sorry. So what happened? So, I hate that Tumblr just says 5 days ago. I'd like to know exactly what day. Okay, 7th of February. Hi, Moth. We're going over what I've been up to. Welcome in. So February 7th, I drew Isaiah naked. Again, if you want to see any of the not safe for work art I've been drawing, it's on Blue Sky, uncensored. It's on Tumblr, but censored, because, as we all know, Tumblr does not allow not safe for work art after the great porn ban of 2018. So, censored versions are on Tumblr, uncensored versions are on Blue Sky. They're in Discord as well, but like if you're not in my Discord, like they're not private, but you can see them all on Blue Sky. If I deal with any horror, I'm paranoid. Honestly, that's me. Like, I used to love watching Nightminds videos covering like horror AIGs and stuff, because if I watched the actual thing, I'd get too scared. But if I watch Nick cover it, then it's like he's holding my hand. Which, you know, I'm very happy to hold hands with a giant anthro four-eyed eldritch horror cat man. But then even then, I'd be like, if I watched them too late in the day, yeah, it would leave me like paranoid for the rest of the day, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep because I'd be too anxious. And then it started getting, if I watched them at any point in the day, I'd be too anxious afterwards, so I just had to self-care and stop watching. But I was really happy I managed to watch his video on Giggleland. And I felt fine. I think it's just like maybe pick and choose my ARGs that I'm gonna look at more closely, because any things with like distorted faces like, there's, even stuff like is it Shipwrecked 64? Is that what it's called? The one with Bucky, the beaver guy, that one. I think maybe it's just called Shipwrecked. I was like, yeah, I can watch Nick cover it, and then, like, 2 hours into the video, I don't know how long it is, like 3/4 of the way into the video, there's a bit where you find some, like, photos of, like, fucked up faces, and I was like, oh, no. Oh, and I was messed up for a while after seeing those, so I have to be really careful. What? I didn't think I have to use a bonk. I didn't think here I'd have to use a bonk redeem. What did you want to bonk redeem me for? What? Because I can't. What? Because I think Nightmine's hot? Yeah, I'll say it. Flies, Anto, Cat, Hunt, told it. Look. To be clear, when I say that, I don't refer to, like, the real man behind Nightmind, like, the real Nick, because I don't think his face is public, and also that would be quite strange for me to say. I'm referring to, like, his character that he plays, quote-unquote, on Nightmind, and also he streams here. His Catman is his VTube model. I don't think he minds people saying he finds it hot. He fucking retweets not safe work out of himself, like... I'll say it. It's not groundbreaking. Nightmine's hot. Anyway, back on topic. What was I saying? Yes, I watched him cover Giggleland, and I didn't end up. And to be clear, like ARGs and stuff that have Oh, you didn't know that bit? Oh my god, Green, you've been missing out. His name on Twitch is Nick Nocturne, not Nightmind, I think. I mean, he has a second YouTube channel under the name Nick Nocturne, where he posts, like, edited stream VODs. And I watch those sometimes. I'm glad that they are edited, because I used to not be able to watch his streams, because he has a lot of sound redeems that are, like, jump scary. But, that's not so much the case anymore, or at the very least, they're not in the YouTube uploads. I can't do jump scares, man. But I want to be clear, like, Shipwrecked is really fascinating. I really, but yeah, certain images I just can't see, otherwise it'll fuck me up for days. And that's on me. That's not the fault of the people who make the horror content, and it's not the fault of Nick. That's on me, so I gotta be an adult and be like, hey, if this content upsets me, I'm not gonna watch it. That's what you do as an adult. You don't comment shit telling people that they can't make horror content like some people do. But I was glad I was able to watch him cover Giggleland. And then I also watched one of his recent YouTube, like, edited VODs of him and his boyfriend, going through... What the fuck is it called? People Live Here or something? It's, a new horror, like, web series, maybe ARG, I'm not sure yet. Made by the same guy who just, like, the main Backroom series, whose name I can't think of. Kane Pixels. He's, like, the main guy who's doing the big Backrooms thing, and also has the movie deal to do it. What the fuck was the series called? So if you want to see two Anthro people go through... People Still Live Here. There was a point where I'm like, I'm sure this is supposed to be scary. I'm so glad they both laughed, because it made me laugh, and if they hadn't both laughed, I would have felt bad. I was like crying laughing when the fucking the railway crossing sign grabs this man. But yes, if you like Nightmind and didn't know Nick has a second channel where he uploads him, he's covered ARG projects on there that he hasn't covered on Nightmind. He's gone through a lot of the Welcome Home updates, like, on there, or, like, projects that he hasn't covered on the main Nightmind channel, and also, projects that have had, like, sequels or second seasons that he hasn't done a Nightmind update for. So, like, he's covered the later seasons of Angel Hair on there, the later Welcome Home website updates on there. But yeah, and if you scroll through, you can see he had, like, a human model for a while with cat ears, but now he's back to being a furry, as he should. But they are like edited VODs as well. But it's not like his whole, like he'll be theorizing a bit like as he's reading it, but it is like a live reaction to the content, so it's not like as, obviously it's not scripted like Nightmind is. But yeah, I've been watching, it's weird thinking how long I've been watching Nick's videos for. The main Nightmind channel, I could figure it out if I can see, if I see how old, I have to scroll through a while. It was definitely while he was still covering some of the Slender Man stuff. I don't think the initial Marble Hornet stuff he did, but like, yeah, or it was before Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Yeah, it was while he was still doing the Everyone to 9 years. Oh, 9 years, oh my god, that makes me feel old. Yeah, it was while he was covering Everyman Hybrid, and Tribe 12 is I think the first ones I watched from him. God, that makes me feel old. Charles says, welcome home. Well, I would so recommend watching pretty much everything he's done. And what's also really cool with Nightmind as well, he has a website, like I forget what the actual name of the part on his website is called, but he has like an unfiction archive. Unfiction being the term for any kind of fiction project that pretends to be real. So like something like Marble Hornets, which like pretends to be like a found footage horror thing, right? Or something like Welcome Home, which is pretending to be like a real kids show that's a real old kids show that's being discovered. Welcome in Hills, good night, Moth, have good sleep. So anything like that is unfiction, right? It doesn't have to be an ARG. For something to actually be an ARG, it needs to have some kind of game element. That's why it's called an alternate reality game. But there can be unfiction projects that don't have any of this game element, that don't have any puzzles to solve, that is just like, here's a video that is like, look, found footage of this scary monster, but obviously it's fictional. Then that makes it unfiction. But it has a website, and it's called like, I can't remember what it's called, like Unfiction Archive or like Nightmind Index, something like that. A section on his website that just lists like every unfiction project that exists. You can, if you have an unfiction project that you made, you can apply to be featured on the website. I can't remember if they have to be horror themed or not. But I've gone through there a few times and found like different projects. Not all of them are video based. I remember finding one on there that is more kind of like a webcomic. It's more just like a website with different pages that you click through. It's not got panels like a comic would, but it is illustrated. I don't remember what it was called. It was about tulpas, which is a concept that constantly confuses me. That my brain doesn't get around. But I just thought the art was really cool. I don't remember what that series was called. But yeah, if you ever want more ARGs or unfiction projects to find, Nightmind has like his own like archive, like master list of like all the projects that exist, and if you make one yourself, you can submit it to be featured on the to be listed on the website, which I think is really cool. I love when people will shout out other creators and uplift other creators, and I love me a good list. So what were we talking about? How did we talking about Nightmind? Oh, we were talking about Fear and Hunger because we were talking about the porn I've been drawing. We're talking about what have I been up to this week? Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna scroll through my Tumblr. And then I'm just gonna be like, this is what I've been up to. I told you, the man in the back of my brain that makes the juice to actually make me do things has decided that all of a sudden I am suddenly able, after 5 years, to actually draw not safe for work content again. And also, right, that's been happening. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream a few weeks ago. I wrote my first fanfic in like 3 years. It's been like 3 years since I last wrote a fic, something like that. I don't count the random little drabble paragraphs I write on Tumblr. In terms of actual proper fic that's actually like formatted and written properly. Last month, which was a Leon x Matthias Castlevania fic. It is not safe for work. It is on my Vampire Prince, Tumblr, and AO3. But set in the Castlevania animated series universe, like, what if post Castlevania Season 4? More green. This is the thing I posted a month ago. Did you somehow miss that I did this? That I, like, started writing in September, and then, like, abandoned, and then I got, like, a migraine, and then, it stopped. But I finished it. Can you believe it? I picked something back up. And I don't know if I ever mentioned it on here, but I posted that. It's in my, I have a writing feed channel in my Discord in the same area where, like, my art feed and my audio feed is. My art shop feed, I should say. And my stream schedule and all of that, and so it's in there, it's in the writing one. Every time I actually post, like, a new proper fic that's actually, like, properly capitalized and is an actual fic, it goes in there. If people ever want to catch up on stuff. There hasn't been a post in there in a while. So yeah, it's a Leon Mathias fic, like, what if, like, combining the Lament of Innocence Castlevania lore with the animated series, essentially what if after the end of Season 4, when, you know, I don't want to. I mean, it's not like spoilers, but I know some people are starting to watch Castlevania for the first time, so that are in my Discord, so I don't like. But you know, right? For people that don't know the game lore, Mathias is Dracula. Mathias is just the name he had when he was human, and used to be big BFFs with Leon Belmont. I don't at everyone ping when I post a new writing, because I don't think most people are there to be interested in the fanfics that I write, so I don't at everyone when that happens, but they're there. So that fic got done. I don't know how many words it is, it's so many thousands, I don't know. It is mostly smart, but there's some plot in there as well. And it is, don't worry, there's no cheating, it's poly time. I love Leon and Mathias, they're one of my favorite ships. And there's not very much Leon x Dracula content, and, like, I want Leon to still want to fuck him even though he's a vampire now. Anyway, what I've been up to. Hi guys. Let me also catch up on chat while I was doing that fucking night mind. Man. Because someone mentioned Elizabeth. Ellie. You normally telling me to watch Elizabeth. I'm honored that you gave it a go for me, because that is my favorite musical and my special interest. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed. So yes, what have I been doing? Writing and drawing. I didn't even realize I wasn't an art block, but I guess I was, because all of a sudden I fucking can't stop my brain from thinking about things all the time. So, I've been drawing Not Safe for Art for the first time in years. The censored versions are on Tumblr, the uncensored versions are on Blue Sky. Censored on Tumblr because Tumblr doesn't allow you to post Not Safe for Art, so. If you want to see them fully uncensored, Blue Sky, or I put them in Discord as well. But obviously, if you want to help share them, maybe encourage me to draw more, you can retweet them on Blue Sky. So what day is the 7th? What day of the week was that? How long have I been in this hell? Friday. Okay, Friday. I drew Isaiah from Fear and Hunger. Not doing anything not safe for work. It was just, here's my design of what he looks like under all of his clothes that was anatomically correct. But still, the first time I'd drawn any genitalia in, like, years and years and years. And then, would this not have been Saturday? Yeah. I drew De Todd from Elizabeth's musical. This might be the first Elizabeth Das musical not safe for work art in existence. I don't know. If so, I'm happy to provide. I'm happy to cover every single facet of Elizabeth Das musical fan works that I could possibly cover. It is of De Todd. There's two versions. One where he has, See, I don't want to say cis and trans versions because, like, I never consider him cis. But no top surgery scars and a penis. You can say and a dick, and then the other one's got top surgery scars and a T-dick. First time I've drawn a T-dick. I'm frankly very proud of it. I normally am not super happy with my art, but I'm not too mean to myself about what I've been drawing recently. and I've been having fun, which is good. That's the main thing, that I haven't been uncomfortable drawing it like I have been for a long time. So we can add Can Draw TDICs to my portfolio. And then that's also the same day that the Elizabeth Not Safe for Work audio went up. That went up on Saturday. Not a character I ever thought people would be asking for Not Safe for Work audio for, but because I shared the musical in Discord again, and I have gotten people on board with how gorgeous he is, people requested it, so I was able to say, hey, this is... patrons requested it, so... I was really happy to get the chance to record that. That's one of my blubbers right there. And you might be like, okay, that's enough for that day, right? Well, it had just ticked over into midnight, and I wrote, this is only on Tumblr, because it's only a couple hundred words, a little short All Rocks X reader, little drabble fic thing. I wouldn't really consider it a fic, like I say, it's only a couple hundred words, but that's on Tumblr. Obviously not safe for work. These are all on my Divine Prince Tumblr. And then I went to bed. No, I didn't go to bed. Then I stayed up because I was still drawing. And I was like, I'm not going to bed until I finish this other drawing. I know I've already drawn to Todd technically twice today. I mean, it was copy and paste and then I just changed a little bit of the drawing, but you know. I've already drawn to Todd. I've already written that little All Rocks drabble. Am I done? No. Loki, Marvel Rivals, not safe for work art. Then I went to bed. And then the next day, so that's Sunday, I wrote an All Rocks fic, a proper All Rocks fic, All Rocks X Transman reader, because I saw I opened up TikTok and I got hit and I forgot the creator's name. Someone on TikTok is on All Rocks cosplay where they have a corset on. And do you enjoy the helmet? Oh my god, that was the fucking worst thing. The one of the stupidest things I've ever drawn in my life. Like, yeah, Marvel Rivals Loki. I'm like, that means I have to draw the helmet. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you, person who made a 3D model for like a 3D printer of Marvel Rivals Loki and had like a whole 3D spin of it so that I could spin him around to at least somewhat kind of see what the reference looked like from the side. And from the bag. Those horns are so stupidly big. I'm like, they look oversized when I draw them, but I'm like, oh, that's because they are oversized. But yeah, All Rocks fic. It's on Tumblr and AO3. It's just over 2,000 words. I don't know how many other people are wanting All Rocks X Transman Reader, but I'm happy to provide. It's the only one. It's the only All Rocks X Transman Reader fic that's out there. I think there's only like 2 All Rocks X Reader fics. Both of them are pretty gender neutral. Neither of them are not safe for work. I think there's like 2, because I feel like I've seen one on AO3. Because there's one other fic under the All Rocks tag, which is just someone's like, each chapter is a different Castlevania character X Reader thing. And then I think maybe I saw one on Tumblr, but maybe it was the same one. So that drawing went up. That fic, sorry. So what did I do? A drawing. So what was my day? Friday I did a drawing. Saturday I did 2 drawings and a small fic. Sunday I did a fic. And then that's Monday, yeah. Monday, Green got us talking about Fear and Hunger, and it's not a fic, it's really just like a how I see Pav and Dawn's relationship working if they were to get together, and how they would get together, how their feelings would develop, and then how they'd fuck, or whatever, and, that's like, that's on Tumblr. It's longer than I thought it would be. It was a message I was writing in Discord, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna send this out into the world. That might be like 1,000, I don't know how many words that is, maybe like 600, maybe like 1,000. So then that went up. And then I did another drawing. Of Pav and Dawn from Fear and Hunger Termina. There is a very, very cropped preview on Tumblr because the first preview that I uploaded that was censored got immediately flagged and taken down, and I got in trouble for posting adult content. I was like, but everything was censored. So now there's an even more censored version. Apparently, I guess the first time it thought Don's tits were female presenting nipples. I hate that language. What does that mean? I don't think they understand that presenting is like what someone wants to present as. Like, if a trans man has breasts, Tumblr would consider that female presenting nipples. It's like, what you mean is AFAB. What you mean is AFAB nipples. Just say AFAB. Because female presenting is like... That trans man is not female presented. They're not trying to be female presented. I hate that language. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, I drew John and Papa. That's the first, all the other not safe for work art is solo stuff, so that's the first one I've drawn of 2 people going at it in, like, 5 years. I'm doing my best. I don't expect the anatomy to be perfect. But it's not gonna get any better unless I practice. He did get bited. I think Pav would be a biter. I think he's got a sharp mouth. Yeah, uncensored version on Blue Sky. And that's what I got up to. But wait, there's more. Yesterday I didn't do any not safe for work stuff because I was like, I got work to do. So, yesterday I packed all my Etsy orders. That's what I do every Tuesday morning. And then, yeah, and the reason I didn't stream on Monday is because I always get my Etsy orders ready, but I went to bed really late the night before, Orox, and, so I ended up getting up really late, and then I was just, like, really out of it, and, like, it felt really weird all morning, and then I was getting my Etsy stuff ready, stickers cut out, whatnot, and it was just taking me so long that by the time I'd finished, it was 4 PM. And I hadn't eaten yet, and I hadn't streamed yet, and I was like, yeah, I think we're not streaming today. So that's why there was no stream on Monday. I mean, what isn't helping me feeling weird, I'm gonna be honest, we haven't had any sunlight since, like, maybe last Wednesday. Maybe it's been a week now. Like, we're having daytime, but it's been incredibly cloudy and grey every single day, and really dark, like, borderline having to keep the lights on in the house on all day as well to be able to see anything. That's not helping my seasonal depression. So I've been kind of headachy because it's been so much darker and I'm still looking at my computer screens and stuff. So I've been kind of headachy all week, and my seasonal depression's been worse. I need the sun to come out. I mean, yeah, I don't want the heat. Yeah, can we have sun without the heat? I mean, maybe I should get a sun lamp. I've heard about those things, but I'm like, I don't know what's a good one, and I don't know how long you're meant to use them for. And I can't see them actually being as good as actually having the sun. But yeah, it's shit here. Like, such a low level of light, and it's gonna be like this for the rest of the week. What the weather forecast says, so fun. But what I got done, so yeah, so yesterday, what I did get done though, I did get stuff done. I hopped in silent co-working in my Discord. Thank you for those of you, and actually shared my screen, which I don't always do. Thank you guys who like popped along for that. And I got everything done. I got all the stickers done. They're done. They're on Etsy. we have new OC stickers. So the listings for the Goober stickers and the Pixel Chibi stickers have been updated. I drew them all yesterday. I got the Etsy listings done before starting stream today. This morning I dropped off Etsy orders and then came back and then did these and then ate lunch and now we're here. So we have 5 new designs for both the Goober and the Pixel Chibi. Not for these, I haven't done them for the flower stickers because I don't really see the point unless I'm also doing them for the flower keychains. I'm not against doing Johann, Lucian, and Lysander for the keychains, but that will probably be a donathon reward. Probably for the moving out donathon. Because the thing with the keychains is, you know, it's, I make the stickers myself, so I'm making them to order. Like printing them and cutting them out myself, so I'm not making a loss if I don't sell any. I have to get these manufactured, so I'm making a loss if I don't break even on them. But the stickers are here. They're here. So we have Goobers of young Ambrose and Arden, and when I say young, they're younger. They're not underage here. They're still very much adults. So 1700s Ambrose and Arden, Johann, Lucian, aka the Visiting King, and Lysander, aka the villain. If you didn't see that they have canonical designs now, they do. There's a Patreon and a YouTube and a Tumblr and a Blue Sky and a Discord post about them where you can see the designs. Their ref sheets are up on the Fanworks guide and on my toy house. And then we also have the Pixel Chibis again of 1700s Ambrose and Arden, Johann, Lucian, and Lysander. I did have to change both Lucian and Lysander's eye color a little bit for the Pixel Chibis because the problem with them is there's no line art between the eye and the skin color, and both of their eye colors were too similar of a hue, like how light, and obviously like the blue is not all the same as the flesh tone, but the tone of it, like how light or dark it is, was way too similar to the skin tone, and it was like an eyesore. It was such an eyesore, and you couldn't really see it well at all. So I did have to slightly tweak the eye colors for those stickers, and they still look a little bit like hard to see, but I didn't want to tweak them too much and make them inaccurate. So in case anyone wants to eye drop colors from them, just know that like the Pixel Chibi eye colors for Lucian and Lysander aren't correct. They're slightly off. A little curious about On's outfit, but didn't want to assume that others were fixated on his historical fashion. Oh, you can be curious about Arden's outfit. I'm more than willing to share, because you might think, Prince, for someone who likes historical fashion, you sure, you know, and likes researching it and likes wearing it, like, you kind of fucked up a bit, didn't you? Because, like, Arden's outfit isn't 1700s accurate. It's not! It's not on purpose. As in, it's not accurate on purpose. Because Arden's is much more modelled on 1600s and 1500s clothing. Because my boy hasn't been shopping in a long time. He's not buying new clothes. He doesn't have a home. He's just travelling around taking odd jobs wherever he can. He'd like to settle down one day, but he doesn't really have a plan to because he doesn't really have any friends or any family or anything. So he's just travelling around in really old clothes. With no hairbrush. I mean, look at him. Would love a haircut, but is like, it grows back so quickly for him that he's just like, what's the point? Then I'll just have to cut it again in like another few weeks. So I was like, is he way older than I thought? Are they hand-me-downs? No, they are, well, when I say they are his clothes, I don't know, he could have stolen them. They could be like secondhand, you know. They might not have been newly his clothes, but they are purposely older. They are purposely more 1600s style. Because it's meant to show that, like, my boy's behind the times on fashion. I don't know whether they are genuinely like his or whether they are like he got them out of a dumpster. You can decide that, but they are old on purpose because he's not got the money for new clothes, and also he's not caring really about buying new clothes. He's just trying to make enough to survive so he can eat. Though I mean, look at him, he hasn't had a hot meal in maybe years. So maybe Maybe you can meet a vampire and be invited round for a dinner. That'd be nice. On an unrelated note, before we get too far into stream, in case people have to start leaving, what audios are going up this week? I say this week. Obviously, Mondays is already up. You know, oops. But we have 2 more audios going up this week. So, we have tonight's audio, we have Saturday's audio. Tonight's audio is your, I always try- have I done these yearly? I don't know. I don't know if I've done like a Valentine's Day themed audio every year. I think usually, because normally people ask for some kind of like, can we have a Valentine's Day comfort for people who like are on their own. So tonight's is your Valentine's Day date, because this is because the next audio day would be after Valentine's Day, and I want you guys to have it in advance. Do you want to know who your Valentine's Day date is gonna be with? Whomst else could it be? Well, who do you have? Like, can I see the description from here, please, on my phone? Because I think someone in chat is to thank for it. Salamander's a cool Valvor and Elixir requested this. You are going to be, well, you finally, finished making your little shrine. And after a long, hard day, you're going to invite a god to come and chill for a bit. And he's pretty tired, but it's you, and you are one of his favorite little humans. But, you know, he's been working all hard because Valentine's Day is kind of his day, you know? But surprise, surprise, you just kind of want to pamper him. And that's really touching. You know? He's used to people summoning him because they want something. And, maybe you might get that Valentine's Day date after all. Maybe he'll be very touched by you just wanting to, like, pamper him for a little bit. Maybe you'll get a little kiss. Who's to say? I don't know. I forget what I record in audios, you know? So, how- you can't ask me. Helping out was also wondering about Arden's clothes, if he was really wearing old clothes or just sacrifice for- Yeah, no, I'm trying to make- yes, I would never pick on someone else's, like, OCs for, like, not having historically accurate clothing, but I love historical fashion, so I really do want to make the clothing accurate. I looked at a lot of 1700s, specifically 1700s, again, European clothing, because I really wanted to get, for Ambrose and Johann's 1700s outfits, because I really wanted to make it, I'm like, I'm just putting them in a suit, and I'm not putting them in any old historical outfit. Like, I want it to be accurate to the decade. Not the decade, to the century. I didn't have a particular decade planned, I figured, because clothing, you know, something from the 1710s looks different from something from the 1790s. So there's not a specific decade in mind for them, but I figured I can be a bit looser with the decade, considering this is an alternate history of Europe anyway, considering that vampires and werewolves and demons exist. So I figured there'll be some historical differences anyway, because some of these different species will have different cultures and might have their own sense of fashion and stuff. Some of them, you know, might enjoy wearing different kinds of clothing. Like, obviously, if you look at Matthias, the back of Matthias' shirt, you might be like, that's not historically accurate. No. But I also imagine that, like, skimpier clothing probably has existed at an earlier time, you know, during those times in my original character universe, even though they didn't in reality, because you've got incubus and succubus existing, right? Like, there's gonna be some differences with the clothes just because you've got different creatures living with different needs and different styles and whatnot. But I still at least to the century trying to be accurate. And yes, if people look at, and again, if people missed that me sharing what, that Matthias has a canonical design that happened in my Discord the other night. Baby, I've shared the art before, I just didn't tell you guys that he was Matthias, and again, it is more 1500s based is the inspiration behind it. Obviously I'm taking some liberties because it's fantasy and he's a special boy and I want him to look hot. And the cutout at the back, like essentially it is still going to be like a doublet or doublet, I don't know how it's pronounced, I've only seen it written down. It is still going to have like a 1500s look to it, but yes, he does have this cutout at the back because he can do what he wants. And like I said, this is a world where like incubus and succubus are known and exist anyway. And in my mind, they would have, most of them would prefer wearing clothing that allows people easier access, shall we say. And so I can see fashion trends happening that incorporate some elements of things that, you know, that would incorporate cutouts or things that we would see as more like modern, suggestive kind of clothing, existing and being more popular earlier in time. If that makes sense, that's my justification for it. It's not just because I think it looks cute on it. You'll have taken into account it's a world with a mortal species, so some styles might not change as quickly, or some species might not bother to keep up with things. That's also true. That is also true. In terms of, like, obviously some of my boys, like, Ambrose very much, he likes clothes. He's going to try and, you know, he's still gonna keep pieces that he's owned in the past, but he's also, you know, going to still, he's not just gonna dress like this forever, you know. Arden not care as much about clothes, hence why he's wearing like old shit. I could see him continuing to wear that for the rest of his life, if not for meeting Ambrose, and Ambrose being like, darling, you can't. I mean, like, you can wear what you want, but, like, you really can't just, like, wear the same outfit. It's falling apart. we need to get you something new. Hello, Eric. Welcome in. We are sharing, updates and stuff I've got done. So, 5 new goobers, 5 new pixel chibi stickers. These are up on my Etsy shop. But yes, audios. You get a Valentine's Day date with Amoros tonight, and then on Saturday, you get to see Victor. That's what you get. You only get to know what this week's is. Want to know what happens the next week? You'll have to pop over on Monday, because hopefully I will be able to consistently stream on Mondays and Wednesdays. Especially if Great God Grove actually works. That would be nice if I can get that to actually work. Obviously, Matthias will eventually be added to this. I gotta finish designing the Monster Boy Band and get those audios done, and then the plan is the next update for the OC Etsy listings will be the Monster Boy Bands and Matthias all together in, like, another update. But that won't be until, like, the end of spring at the earliest. For Johanna Matthias, like, if Matthias was still alive, I can see Johan struggling to keep up with, like, fashion. I can see Matthias, like, having a lot of fun with, like, new clothes that are coming out and combining pieces from different, time periods and stuff. I don't think he would care about whether or not what he's wearing is in date. He would just be, like, interested in having all these new options and just, and being fascinated with discovering different fashion trends and stuff. He might not adopt them all, but he at least would find it interesting. Whereas Johan is the one who's like, can't I just wear like the same comfy clothes all the time? And Matthias would be like, not in the way of like, because Arden's thing is just like, he doesn't give a shit. Whereas Johan like likes looking nice, he likes dressing nice, he is proud of like how he presents himself and wants to wear nice clothes, but he wouldn't care so much about keeping up with the times. I could only see him, like if they were living in like the present day, I could see Matthias wearing like a combination of older pieces and newer pieces, and Johan probably mostly just wearing older pieces, but they'd be very well cared for. Whereas if Arden was wearing older pieces, they'd be falling apart. I think Johan would only incorporate new modern elements to his clothing. And when I say modern, like, he might have some pieces that are made recently, because, you know, fabric does age, but it would still look like older styles. I think he would still get new pieces of clothing, but they would be made to look like historical pieces. I could definitely see historical fashion being more of a thing in this world, since you have so many immortal species, and there may be people still making and shops you can still buy more historical garments from. So it's not that that what Johan would wear would be old, I could just see it looking more dated, quote-unquote. I think he would only wear something a bit more modern. Like, there's no way you're getting that man in a t-shirt, unless Matthias is puppy dog eyes, like, please. And I think the only reason why Matthias would ever ask Johan to wear a t-shirt is if it was one of those, if it was like a stupid, like... don't bully me, I'll come shirt or something. Like, I was gonna say, like, one of those shirts that, like, one of those silly shirts that go hard, and then I was trying to think of one, and I'm like, Matthias would want to put him in the don't bully me, I'll come shirt. And Johan would not want to wear it. But he's really bad at saying no to Matthias, and Matthias has is like, please. Because it's accurate. What? Who said that? Shock enough to see Ambrose in a crop top. I think he would be down to wear some more modern fashion if it, on occasion. I could see him, like, go to Pride, wearing more, like, clothes like that. I could see him wearing that to Pride. And I could see him, because I could see Arden owning a lot of, like, owning t-shirts. And, like, big, like, baggy, like, band shirts and stuff, so I could see Ambrose wearing some of Arden's, like, oversized band shirts. Mostly to steal them to sleep in. I can see Ambrose doing that. Arden being like, where the fuck are all my shirts? And it's you and Ambrose are wearing all of them. You've taken all of them. And see, that's the thing, even though Matthias is dead, it's a big sad, I do still, like, AUs exist. If you guys wanted to draw them in a modern AU, I don't mind. I keep thinking about, you know how, like, Julia jokes that, like, I'm a neglectful father to her cat that I've never met, to be clear. Like, Julia has a cat, I've never met this cat, we are long distance, we're in different countries. And he becomes my cat as soon as he misbehaves. She'll call me up and she'll be like, your son is being naughty, and I'm like, he's my son now, is he? Pretty sure you're the one who found him and adopted him, and I've never met him in my life. But thinking about that, being like, okay, but like modern AU, if somehow like Matthias got like necromancy revived and something, and he found out about Ambrose, he'd be like, I'm such a neglectful father. We have a son? Oh no! And like, if that happened, Matthias would cry his eyes out. He'd like take one look at Ambrose and be like see that Ambrose has got like his eyes. Because the pink eyes are, within my lore, most vampires' eyes change colour when they get turned. I think Johann's would have still been blue, they would have just been like, not as bright of a shade of blue. And it can be inherited from the vampire sire, but it also could be inherited from your vampire's sire's sire, or like sire, right? But sometimes I like to imagine somehow miraculously Matthias is alive again, and he gets to meet Ambrose, and he would just cry. He would just cry, and then I cry. Do you see why I couldn't keep it in anymore? And I'm like, I have to tell people. I've only had me and Julia to talk to this about, and Julia listens, but you know, it is just me like rambling about characters that she's not crazy invested in. Like, Johan with Ambrose is like, gives Ambrose his own personal space, you know? Isn't overbearing, isn't, mostly leaves Ambrose to his own devices, but will be there if he needs him. Not that Matthias would be, like, boundary breaking, but he would just be, like, so excited, but he might accidentally become overbearing and then would stop if Ambrose was like, you're doing too much. But I can totally see him being like, I've got to make up for lost time. And, like, wanting to do, like, activities together where Johan probably wouldn't. Johan would be like, if Ambrose invites me somewhere, I'll go with him, but, you know, in the early days, Johan probably would invite him more places just to try and make sure Ambrose is socializing and practicing socializing as a vampire. Whereas Matthias would just be like, can I take you to build a house? I don't know. I don't know what people do with their kids. But I want to do things with Ambrose, even though Ambrose is a grown-ass man, that are a bit more childish. And to be clear, like, I don't think any of you are gonna be shitty about it, but I know some people are gonna be like, doesn't Johan look like he's in his 50s and Matthias looks like he's like in his 20s or 30s? They're not real, one. And two, yeah, Johan was a 50-year-old human when he was turned to a vampire by Matthias, but bear in mind, Matthias was older than Johan. Like, just because he looks younger, like, Matthias was a vampire first, and older than Johan was when he turned Johan. Poor Johan keeps being called old man, meanwhile Matthias is like older than he is. It's like, you know Nanami and Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen? How Nanami and Gojo are like the same age, but Nanami looks like he's seen so much shit, and he's got lines on his face, and Gojo looks like he hasn't aged a day since he was in his 20s. And so, like, everyone, like, sees Nanami as, like, old man, but Gojo's, like, this nice young man, when, like, they're the same age, or Gojo's actually older. That's the vibe I see people going at Johan and Matthias with. What do you mean, what, Green? I don't know what we're saying what about. About something I said about my OCs, or about Gojo and Nanami? To be honest, there's probably a bit of you could code Gojo and Nanami a little bit into Johan and Matthias. Not loads, but in terms of that Matthias is very much sunshine boy and Johan's a little grumpier. Do you mean they're the same? I think Gojo might be a little bit. They were in the same year at school. That's why there's pictures of them at school together when they're young together. See if I can find pictures of them. Here we go. And everyone constantly makes jokes that they're the same age, and yet Gojo looks so young and Nanami looks so old. It's because all of the stress that Gojo should have experienced, Nanami just has to put up with. Gojo's making him age like crazy, because Gojo just is messing around all the time, stressing Nanami the fuck out. Gojo's never stressed a day in his life, that's why he's got no wrinkles. Whereas Nanami's out here just trying to be like, please, I just don't want everyone getting killed today. They were at school together. They were in the same classes at school. On the left column is them at school together, and on the right column is like what, 10, 20 years later? 20 years later, but Gojo has a little bit of a baby face, and Nanami has all the stress of the world. Oh, you didn't know that was Nanami? So you have seen young Nanami, you just didn't know that was young Nanami. Yeah, he's a little baby. But yeah, they're the same age. Poor Nanami having to deal with this guy. It's a mix of both Gojo having a bit of a baby face and Nanami looking a bit older than he is, just because of, I think, frankly, because of the stress. And most of the stress is from being friends with Gojo. It's so mean. Oh, people are comparing the two scenes. Those are the two scenes. Some of you know of the Nanami scene. I don't know if enough of you know of the Gojo scene. Can I get a picture that's like not hosted on Instagram so it's not blurry? Well, this one has more than just the two scenes in, but I guess at least it's not on Instagram. There's a hair clip of the Nanami scene. Yes! The Nanami scene is when... I forgot the guy's name. This is the Nanami scene. He's fighting a bad guy. And he pulls him up by his ponytail. And says some things in a real deep... The English dub doesn't hit the same. The English dub is not like as growly. It doesn't have a bad English dub voice, but the English dub doesn't hit the same as the scene in Japanese. That's the Nanami scene, and even though it's like he's about to kill this guy, like 2 seconds later, the guy with the ponytail's getting like his organs ripped out or whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't watch Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm planning to. It's like, it's hot though, right? So there's a Gojo scene. Which again, it's like, this shouldn't be hot. Because what happens right after this is he rips this guy's arm off. But, the way he does it, he's straddled over the guy's arm, over Volcano Head's arm. Volcano Head gets so lucky. He got to hold hands with Gojo, and then he gets to do this. He gets to hold hands with Gojo, and then he gets Gojo like humping his arm. I mean, two frames later, that arm's ripped off. But you know, for this one moment, I don't know why you have to why the straddling was necessary. With his butt pressed up against the side of the guy's belly. Ignore the gross baby on the side. I'm sorry. That's why I was trying to zoom in. Yeah, he's panicking back there. Dango's very important. Honestly, like, Gojo doesn't do anything for me, but I also haven't watched the show yet, so who knows? But Sukuna, Nanami, and Gojo are Julia's favorites, and while I have not watched the show yet, we're gonna baby steps into watching it, because the reason why I haven't, because again, I don't do well with gore, and there is a lot of gore in the fight scenes in Jujutsu Kaisen. I do already ship Nanami and Gojo. Sorry, Gojo and Ghetto stans. I know that's most of the fandom. I don't really care that much about Ghetto. I think he's kind of a piece of shit. What? What? No, and you're free to ship them. You know, that's what most people ship. I get it. I understand. But maybe I think Gojo deserves better. You know? Maybe. Also, I like the dynamic of Nanami, of like, you know, grumpy Nanami. I mean, and again, Nanami's got things that he enjoys. He just seems grumpy once you compare him with someone like Gojo, who's just like full of beans all the time. Nanami can look nice. He doesn't always, again, like, some of the screenshots they're showing when comparing him with Gojo are really, like, depicting the scenes where Nanami has the most lines on his face. But yeah, he could look like a normal man, too. I mean, he's still, again, Gojo was way more baby-faced. But yes, I'm sorry to reveal that they is the same age. But he can look more normal man's. He's just like me. He loves bread. Julie was talking to me about Nanami last night, or whenever it was, and Julie was saying something about Nanami, how much he like loves bread, like, and like essentially his little guilty pleasures is like cafes and stuff, and I was like, he's just like me. I love bread. And she just started laughing at me. Like, I'm sorry, it's true. I love bread. Bread's great. Fresh bread's, like, maybe it's not, maybe when most people said their favorite food, they would pick, like, a dish. You know, a meal. But I'm like, yeah, but, like, freshly baked bread. Though. That's a good food. Wolf bread. I think that's all updates. I haven't streamed since the watch party. Thank you guys for those of you who came along to the watch party and showing my hatred of Alfred from Debezook the Elf and Damn the Musical. I'm glad none of you felt sorry for it. I'm sorry, Green, who'd already enjoyed one of the songs on that musical, not knowing that the guy in it's a piece of shit. But thank you guys for coming to the watch party. Obviously another one this week, and it's okay, Green, because you can stop with the crying emoji. Because this Sunday, we're watching Rudolph a Fair Miling. Oh, my music went out and now it's gone on to Barbie and the Rockers. Sorry, but I can't talk over it. I'll get distracted. No, I can't talk over Barbie. I can't talk over music that has lyrics. My brain will die. If you watched Elizabeth Das musical, you will already know some of the characters that appear in Rudolph, namely Rudolph, because it's the same Rudolph. It's just again, it's about the same historical figure, but obviously it's a different take on the same historical figure, and it's focusing on different parts of his life. In particular, you know, Elizabeth Das musical focused on his relationship to Elizabeth, his mother, because it's called Elizabeth Das musical. Whereas Rudolph Fair Miling focuses on his love life and his relationship to his father and what's going on with the rebels, which some of the later productions of Elizabeth does expand on and does add. We'll see if you guys come along to the final watch party of the month, where we're going to watch Elizabeth again. We're going to watch the 2003 Vienna revival. That includes one of the extra songs between Rudolph and Franz Josef, where Franz Josef is like, Rudolph, you suck. But they didn't keep the, some of the other productions have had songs where, like, he actually meets up with the Hungarian rebels, like what you see in, in the Essen production. It was written for the Hungarian production, some of the Japanese productions do this, and the Essen production did as well, where Der Todd goes with Rudolph to meet with the rebels, like, he's just, like, hanging around, like, at the back and watching, encouraging him to go and just kind of watching it happen. Which is a scene that you see in Rudolph a Fair Miling.
But if you want to know more about the historical figure, again, obviously none of the musicals are accurate to life. In my mind, the Rudolph that's in Elizabeth Das musical is not married and is just interested in the Todd. In the Rudolph in Rudolph Affair Meiling is married and is having an affair. That's why the word affair is in the title. And in reality, he was married and having an affair. But the Elizabeth Das musical is a different Rudolph. He's different from Rudolph Affair Meiling Rudolph, and he's different from the real man. He's a fictionalized version of the man. That's how he's gonna stay, so that I can just have him smooching to Todd without him cheating on his wife. He's not married. I refuse to accept that the Elizabeth Das musical version of Rudolph has any love life outside of the Todd. Which one I watched? I did recommend people watch the original Vienna 1992 version of Elizabeth first. In my opinion, it's the best one. And it has the most interesting characterization of the Todd, again, in my opinion. But if you just type in Elizabeth musical on YouTube, that is not the first one that will come up. You will get the 2003 Vienna Revival recommended first, which is still fun, which is why I'm going to show you guys it, because I mostly for Cirque and Kaya's version of Lucchini. Here's a hint to figure out which one you watched. Was it blue? If it was blue, you watched the 1992 original Vienna production. If it wasn't blue, you didn't watch that version. Well, to be fair, some of the Hungarian ones are pretty blue too, but I doubt that you accidentally stumbled across the one English dub version, the one English subtitled version of the 2004 Hungarian production. I'm not sure I forgot. Oh, it's okay. Right, Elizabeth. I mean, it's you're at my stream. What did you expect? It's fine. The stream is marked as just chatting, so I'm allowed. Not blue. You probably watched the revival then, which is still fine. It's still a nice production. It's not what I recommend people start with, but it's still a good production. It's a lot of people's favorite. I personally just prefer the 1992. At least the 2003 one, which is probably what you watched. I'm hoping. Like, if you didn't watch the 1992, then I'm hoping it was the 2003, because that uses most of the same costumes and all of the same set pieces as the original, which are gorgeous. If you watch the Essen version instead, which is also on YouTube, that's not as gay, and it doesn't have the Todd wearing a dress. Womp womp. Or the 2023 open air concert that's on YouTube with English subtitles, that doesn't have any costumes, really, and no set pieces, and no dress. Womp 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 womp. I've watched Affair Meiling. There's some of the Polish covers. I don't think I knew there was a Polish one, because there's actually Affair Meiling. The Rudolph musical actually started. It was in Hungarian first. It doesn't say, but Death's definitely wearing a dress. Okay, you watched the 2003 version then. That's still fine. That's like, if you don't start with the 1992, then I would say then the next one to start with would be 2003, because it's a pretty accurate revival. It's a completely different interpretation of death. Like, the way that Matti Kamalas portrays death in the version that you watched, Ellie, is very different from the original. I don't find Rudolph to be as interesting as well in that version. And Lucchini's are completely different. Like, the characters of Lucchini and Todd are portrayed completely differently than the original. Still interesting interpretations. I think the Rudolph in that one is boring. I find it boring. But, it's not to say it's bad interpretations just because it's different. I think it's interesting to see different actors approach the same roles with different interpretations. But yeah, Rudolph Affair Meiling was actually done in... It's a Frank Wildhorn musical, so it's the same composer and creator. He's American. He's the same composer and creator of the Jekyll and Hyde musical. Count of Monte Cristo, Bonnie and Clyde, the Death Note musical, Scarlet Pimpernel, and other stuff. And the Dracula musical. And Wonderland. And more. Frank Wells once made a lot of musicals. But Rudolph the Fire-Myling, he premiered in Hungarian first, and then it went to Vienna, which is the version we'll be watching. We'll be watching the German version. You'll get to see Drew Sarich again for anyone who has watched Tons de Vampire in my Discord. I've streamed Tons de Vampire a lot. The last time we watched it was in October, for Halloween, which is the German vampire musical. Drew Sarich plays the lead vampire in that. He's going to be playing Rudolph. And for anyone who isn't sick of seeing Uwe Kruger this month, which is who plays de Todd in the original 1992 production of Elizabeth, and who played Alfred in De Bezoek den Alten Dam that we just watched, he's going to be playing Graf Taffe, Count Taffe, who is the Prime Minister of Austria, and is not playing a personification of death, but is playing a character that tortures Rudolph. I don't think you'll have seen anyone else in the musical before. I'm trying to think who else is in it. Who's playing Stephanie? Biske van Tongeren, I forget her name. Won't have seen anything before, but she was the original-ish. The main character in Rebecca Das musical, not the version we watched, but she was the original-ish in the original Vienna production of that musical, and Uwe was with her as the original Maxim in that musical, but we watched the version that I showed you guys last year. We watched a different version. And then Lisa Anthony, who plays Mary, I don't think I've ever seen her in anything else. I know she's done some like concert performances and stuff that I've seen it in. She did one where she was singing with Drew. I would have to go and Google and check what other musicals she's been in. Because I think she's been... Okay, I wanted to check whether she'd been in Phantom before saying that she'd been in Phantom. Yeah, she has played Christine in Phantom of the Opera in Vienna. Okay, I thought so. But I was... I'm literally reading on her website right now. But yeah, Rudolph's the main thing she's done. She has, played Ish in Rebecca Das musical. I don't know which version. Natalie in Next to Normal. She's done not the version of Artist that we saw, but she has been Guinevere in that, but that's not the version that we saw. That's the Phantom of the Opera concert that she did. Yes. So they did, it was a Phantom of the Opera concert staging in Vienna for the 25th anniversary. She played Christine in that, so not a full staged version. She's only played she's played Christine in like a concert staged version of Phantom of the Opera to celebrate the 25th anniversary. Not the one on DVD. This one was in Vienna. Drew has played Eric, but sadly it was in a concert production of Love Never Dies that happened in Vienna. He deserves to play Eric in the main show. Could you imagine? I know some of you have only seen him as Krolok, but those of you who've seen him as Rudolph, or those of you who've seen him as Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar, how much emotion he puts into his Gethsemane, I would be sobbing at his Eric. I mean, this performance of, oh my god. You can find performances of Drew singing Music of the Night in English, and I think in German, and there's performances of him singing Phantom of the Opera with Lisa Anthony. It's her singing Christine with him, so you get Rudolph and Mary singing it. Yes, his voice is a little high-pitched. Like, I think he can't hit that high, some of the low notes and has to up the octave for some of the notes in some of the songs, but that's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I don't fucking give a shit if the Eric isn't the lowest voice. I want an Eric that makes me cry. I don't care how deep his voice is, I want him to make me cry. And I've seen Phantom of the Opera on stage twice now, and neither times did he make me cry. I've seen recordings, there's like, Ramin Krimlow makes me cry. Ethan Freeman makes me cry. I also really like Jeremy Stoll. Matthias Edenborn. Even Ivan Oshogin. But like, none of the West End ones that I've seen have made me emotional. And I know that if Drew got to play that, if Drew was playing that man and he was crawling around on the ground during the Stranger Than You Dreamt It, right? And he's like dragging himself across. If anyone's not seen the staged version, Eric's like dragging himself like a worm across the floor during Stranger Than You Dreamt It after Christine takes his mask off. I just know Drew would do a good job. But they're probably not gonna do it because they'll either probably they tend to cast people that are not that Drew is old. I'm not calling him old. I think he could still do it fine. But I think that usually they cast people younger than him to play Eric. So I don't think it's gonna happen. And if they did, if it happened in a concert setting, he's not gonna get. It's not gonna be the same. Wow, just by searching Lisa's name, it was like, people also search for, and it's all the rest of the cast of Rudolph. Yeah, Drew's 14, I thought I'm like, he's almost 50, right? Yeah. And I don't think they're gonna cast him as Eric. Womp womp. I don't actually know what musicals he's doing at the moment. I'm part of it. There's like a Facebook group and a VK page that like talk about normally what new musicals he's doing, but I'm not up to date with it. I'm having a little look on his Instagram, don't mind me. Doing I can never pronounce. I know I'm not good with French, so I don't know how to pronounce the Cage aux Follies. And I know it's such a classic musical. She's doing that again at the Volkshofer. He's doing the Falco musical again. I think he's done it before. He's doing some of his own solo concerts. First, I just saw this picture and I was like, what is this? Is this a picture of... This isn't Drew at a concert, because no offense, this guy's got a full head of hair and Drew does not. So I'm like, but is this like an old picture? And then I'm looking, I'm like, oh god, that's his kid. His son looks so much like him. So I guess his son's doing concerts at the moment as well. Oh, he's been playing Hedwig again. If anyone wants to, I can share my screen so you can see Drew in a dress. Oh, there's a little treat. But I don't know what's like upcoming. I'm on his website seeing. There's a section called dates, but nothing's loading. There's nothing. There's nothing in the dates section, so I don't know. I was just curious if we had a musical coming up
It got some award in 2024 for a show I haven't heard of, but good. He deserves some. I'm sure there's like a fan Facebook group, and I bet that they do like a post every year of like, here's all the stuff he's up to. They're so on it, and it always makes me feel like creepy to be like, I don't know if I need to know this much. Also, it's all in German. It's not like they've posted anything for this year. Oh my god, that is... I've never seen Drew actually... No, because normally he does like these stage concert versions of Jesus Christ Superstar. I'm not used to seeing him. Yeah, okay, the group actually... It'd been a while. Oh, that's not the actual group. That's only got 5 people in it. I see. Well, I don't know where the group is. I hope people don't mind me just being like, hang on. I want to... I just want to see... But, it might not let me look at the group because I'm not looking for Facebook on my PC. I am on my phone, but like, I don't remember what the group's called. I don't know how to use the Facebook mobile app. I don't know how to find anything. Is it a group or is it just a page? Oh, if it's a group, it's not showing up. Oh. Did it get deleted? Because I swear that group I just found that had 5 people in it. I'm like, that's the same profile picture? So it's that one, right? Oh, it didn't have 5 people in it though. God, imagine if it got deleted. Oh my god, I think it got deleted. There is a group, it's private and I'm not in it, and I definitely was in the old one. I don't know. I don't know where the old one went. Well, anyway, my throat really hurts. This is what I get for doing a just chatting stream. But I've run out of things to talk about. I've done it. I've run out of things to talk about. Okay, I'll get up. I was trying to see why, like, I was trying to look at Klaus Down, which is who plays Franz Josef in the Rudolph musical, because I was like, I swear I've seen him in something else. I swear he wasn't Elizabeth. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, if someone's been in Elizabeth, I'm gonna recognize their name. I'm gonna be like, you've been in Elizabeth. I don't know when, or I don't know who, but I know you were. Yes, he played Max. He played Elizabeth's dad in the 2001 Essen production. That's why I know his name. How was the watch party? I think we enjoyed ourselves. I mean, it's not a musical where I get like super like invested in like the plot like Elizabeth, but it's got some bops in it. And Gohuilish is my favorite song from the musical. If you missed it, Virgil, it is on YouTube with English subtitles. I linked. Are you still? I don't know if you're still in the Discord. I think so. So it's in the watch party channel. Every time we have a watch party for like a musical or something, I will always post links of where you can like watch and listen to it online. if it's available online. And if you check the pinned posts in the Watch Party channel, links to where you can watch it on YouTube. I mean, not that you need English subtitles, but you know. I'm not sure if it is on YouTube without the English subtitles, but it is on YouTube. There's links in there of where you can watch it if you would like to. Like, I don't know if it's one we're gonna rewatch, but it's another German musical that I had English subtitles for, so we were gonna get to it eventually. I personally don't like that many of the songs from it, but I mean, I get to watch Pia Dowers walk around in really cool costumes. Oh my god, that's the first time, and I've watched it once or twice before, but that's the first time I've ever noticed that one of her outfits in Act 2, because the character that she's playing is disabled and she uses a cane throughout the musical. There's an outfit in Act 2 where she has a leg brace on, and I've never noticed the brace before, and oh my god. I mean, like, it's never a bad time if I'm getting to watch Pia Dowers perform anything. She's gorgeous and she's very talented, and I'd take care of Claire better than Alfred does. I mean, literally, she's called Old Lady. Like, that's the, like, her character is, everyone keeps calling her the Old Lady. I'm like, dude, she's fucking gorgeous. If you guys don't want to, like, but the leg brace, oh my god, the inclusion of the leg brace is just so exciting. Because you don't get to see cool characters, you know. You don't see that have that, or even have main characters in musicals that are disabled, you know. And then it's one thing as well for a character to be shown using aids and stuff. And you know, the only other time I've seen a brace on a character's leg is Victor in Arcane, and I'm sure there must be more instances. But how many of those instances are like mainstream media stuff? And not that the Elton Dam is mainstream, it's not. But the more things that use it, the more normalized it gets. And it's exciting for anyone who sees it, who does use mobility aids, who does have leg pain, who does have, you know, I personally don't have to use a leg brace. I've used a cane at times. It makes you, it's nice to see. And I can see it being empowering a way, even if it's just a little silly Vienna musical. That's not actually the original production. The original production was in Thun, in Switzerland. That location. And then that's and then it moved to Vienna and had that big production. They tried it out at Thun in like an open air cinema. The reason I cite the mention of Thun is because Elizabeth once had a production at that exact, not open air cinema, sorry, open air theatre. Elizabeth once had a production in that open air theatre in Thun. It's so bad. Okay, I don't want to criticize anyone's performances because Wilhelmine Verkijk got to play Elizabeth in that production, which is, she got her start in musical theatre by being an ensemble member in the original Dutch production of Elizabeth. She's a big fan of Pia Dowers. It's great. I'm so pleased she got to play the role. You might know her better as being the person who's played Elphaba more times than anyone else in the world. She's played Elphaba and Wicked over like 2,000 performances in the original Dutch production, the original German production, and on Broadway and the West End, or just one, not the other. I forget. So, like, that, you're like, that's so cool that she got to play Elizabeth. Yeah, but, like, you haven't seen what it... I can't believe I'm doing this to you. Can't believe you haven't seen the costumes? You haven't seen the stage? I forgot this production existed until I was making my Live the Shrine and was making the little posters for each of them, and I had to be reminded of it and was like, no. No. And I'm not criticizing the acting or the performances. I haven't seen enough of I haven't seen enough of this production in order to know whether or not I like any of their voices or any of their acting choices, especially how what's he called? Christoph? I can't think of his surname. How he's playing the Todd. I don't have any notes because I haven't watched enough of it to know what he's like. Why haven't you watched enough of it? You love Elizabeth. I'm just gonna let it play because I literally don't have the words for this mess. For what their choices were. Why did the Death Angels have like swimming caps on and like this really like cheap looking transparent fabric weird wings, and the corsets don't look good and the pants are really baggy and ill-fitting? Mein Auftrag heißt zerstören, ich tu es kalt, ich hol die mir gehören. And we have a long-haired Todd. Oder alt. But weiß nicht wie geschehen kann, was es gar nicht gibt. And they've decided we're not going to be historically accurate with the costumes. Okay, that's sure is a choice. The original production went out of their way to like try and recreate actual dresses that the real people wore. Oh no, this is my favorite song. What have they done to you? Oh, you can see more of the stage. What do you think of this set design? It's blue, but like not a blue that really looks nice with all the red they're wearing.
Dass du mich mehr liebst als den Mann an deiner Seite, auch wenn du ihm scheinbar.
Like, I don't wanna, and I still don't wanna criticize someone's. Just keep looking at the orchestra. I don't wanna criticize anyone's look. Like, maybe the goatee for the Todd was his choice. I just don't like goatees. That's just my personal thing. Yeah, this also, yeah, this theater's like on the water, like it's on like the edge of it. Yeah, we're gonna, oh, are you responsible for this? There's a look at the stage. What is this? Or it's like on the coast, I guess I should more say. What am I looking at? Like, don't get me wrong, it's this open-air concert, I'm not expecting it to look like the original set. I'd rather the stage be empty. Oh yeah, let's just, yeah, you know what? Cut to people in the river, just... But yeah, like, I'll just watch this random guy. Can we just keep looking over here? Oh, gosh. You know, that's a villain mine that she got to play Elizabeth, but this was the production she got. You ready for the Venick Townsendville costume that Elizabeth wears? You're not. There it is. What is this wicker basket headpiece? What is that? Corset and dress. Why? And, like, you don't have to go historically accurate, but it just... I'd rather her be wearing, like, modern clothes than this weird, like, modern day, like, she would not be wearing, like, a... Like, I know they're not going historically accurate, but I'm like, why she got the... But, like, still, why she just got this, like corset with no, like, dress underneath it? Oh, the colours are ugly. It's not even like they're wearing like nice reds that match the blue and yellow of the set. It's like this pale pastel blue and yellow set, but they're all wearing like rusty, dirty red clothes. looks one of the worst redesigns of any musical I've ever fucking seen in my life. It's... We can all agree, right? Is that Baby Rudolph? Oh god, his dish out. And what is Rudolph wearing? I hope they were still trying to... Oh, he's got a new coat. Is that his doctor coat, disguise? Shit, okay, they get a slight point because I genuinely just went, oh, inside because Rudolph just wrapped his arms around Death and is hugging him, and so, okay, they get a point for Rudolph, like, hugging him. But, that's it. I wish Rudolph hugged him more in the original. Rudolph just looks like he's wearing, like a normal costume. Like, he's got, like, a dark blue, like, coat on it. So that's so normal. That's so weird that they put Rudolph in a normal outfit and then dress the rest of them like this. Yeah, they put Rudolph in, like, a historically accurate coat. Why is no one else dressed like that? That's what they picked for her final dress? Why would she be wearing that underneath her? She's not even looking at it. Why would they choose to direct them this way? Yeah, so there's the Thun production of Elizabeth. This is why when I think of Thun, I don't have positive things in my brain. I'll see if there's clips. Whereas the original production of Der Besuch der Alten Dame, which happened in Thun, it practically has almost the same costumes. Like, obviously it doesn't have set pieces, but the costumes are very similar. And they actually, like, take advantage of the fact they're on the water. Like, from my memory is that during Ungeheuerlich, in the original version, that there's water splashing around. I might be wrong. So, before it transferred to Vienna, this Dam played here. But, like... Yeah, they did put water on the stage. Yeah, and they're all wearing Wellingtons. This is the same venue, but it's like the same costumes. And I'm okay with this. You know, obviously they weren't going to be able to do massive set pieces because that's just not what this venue is going to allow. But this is fine. And you may be like, well, because this is just the original version. This isn't a redesign. Sure, but like, fuck. It doesn't even look like any effort was put into those costumes. They all look so cheap. And, like, and unflattering, like, ill-fitting, and just, like... Whereas this is the same, apart from the all wearing Wellington boots, rain boots, wellies, whatever you want to call it. Because, yes, they're all stomping around in water during Edgar Heilish, and I'm like, that's pretty dang cool. I'm a bit sad that we missed them stomping around in water during Edgar Heilish. Cool effect. They kept the stomping choreography for the Vienna production, and I do like the stomping choreography because it's loud, you can hear it like as an extra percussion to the song, but the reason they were stomping originally is because it was splashing water everywhere. I'm sorry, Matilda, you were boring, and then... Like, I get you can't do a lot with that space, but Jesus Christ, the Thun Elizabeth production is so bad. It's so bad. I don't know if there's any... There's not very many clips of that production. But I thought I'd seen more of them stomping around. So those who weren't there for last week's watch party, this isn't the version that we watched. This is just the original version of what we watched last week.
Sie soll unermesslich reich sein. Sie soll einfach mit ihren Millionen rausrücken. Hallo Claire.
Alfred.
Even if you don't particularly like it, like, I really like Claire's outfits. Obviously the pink coming in is them as they start getting more greedy.
Immer sehr schön.
But it's Elizabeth and the Todd guys! It's them! It's Pete Weaver, the original cast of Elizabeth.
Du sollst meine Braut sein im schneeweißen Kleid. Und zu zweit teilen wir jedes Glück.
Just like almost 20 years later. It's weird seeing them in these ball gowns with the giant mountain boots, I will say. But it adds a nice effect when they're stomping around.
Ich zahle 2 Milliarden für diese Stadt.
But they managed to get some set pieces. There's like a table there with stuff on it. They couldn't have done this for Elizabeth.
Stirbt einfach.
Really? What did you want to add something with this one here? I think the water something is cool.
Es soll kein Leid der Welt dir geschehen.
I don't feel bad for you.
Du bist der Grund
You know what you're doing.
zur Atmen für mich.
Also gets to have cowboy boots on. Oh my god, did he switch out his really to cowboy boots?
Wie zahlt ihr?
Hilfe, nicht Gerechtigkeit. Ich mache nur Gerechtigkeit.
Well, we should play enough weather only because she's like better than the rest of them. But she is.
Ich schreie nach Gerechtigkeit. Dann krieg ich die mit Sicherheit. Auf freien Stücken.
That's what happened to this movie. Oh my god, he's almost in the baby girl man pose. He's not baby girl, but he's pathetic in a bad way. Like he's done shitty things. He is a piece of shit.
Ja! Die Uniform!
Sadly, he's not fun pathetic. Man, he's just actually a shitty pathetic man. If I wanted this, like, older Uber in, like, a role I could see him as, like, the fun pathetic man, then Van Helsing.
Einer von euch
musical.
wird mich unter die Räder stoßen. So ein Unsinn, jetzt zeigst
And he's not that pathetic, yeah.
Verschwinde!
Whoa, he's got a kiss on. You can't show him kissing on Chris. Uber goes for it when he kisses.
Ich diktiere das Geschäft. Ich bestimme und genie.
Oh my god, we can see the leg. I don't know if this is the exact same leg brace kind of thing that she's using, that they're using in the Vienna production. But that's a much better look than what I could see with the Vienna bootleg that we watched last week. It's just like a metallic kind of thing going over her thigh and her knee. So hey, now we know what it looks like. Because you couldn't see that well what it looked like. I barely noticed it was there, and maybe it's not metallic in the Vienna one, so it wasn't like catching the light as much. Obviously, it's much more decorative than functional, and the actress herself does not have a disability to do with walking or anything, so like, she doesn't need it to be functional. But I'm gonna pretend it could be functional. Claire's absolutely the kind of person that would be like, well, if I need a leg brace, you're gonna like make it out of gold and you're gonna like make it look really fancy. Like, she could pay for it. thing that's going up. It was more like shiny black tops. Yeah, I don't think it looked like it was metallic or gold in the later one, which is understandable. I'm wondering if maybe the reason why they made that change is because the choreography here just looks like she's just standing there. Whereas in the Vienna one, the choreography is she's actually moving around a lot more, and there is that one bit where she gets, like, picked up, right? I don't think she can bend her knee in that. So it would make sense why they switched it out from the metallic one to something that's fabric or whatever it is in the Vienna production, because she would not have been able to do that choreography with the metal one on. But yeah, thank you for you guys to come on to watch. We're watching Rudolph next week. Can I show you sneak peeks of Rudolph? The pro shot for Rudolph is no longer on... Oh, it is. It is still on YouTube, but it doesn't have English subtitles. If you want to watch it with English subtitles... Oh, no, that's not the pro shot. That is a bootleg. Okay, there's bootlegs of Rudolph on YouTube. If you want to watch the actual... Because there is a DVD of Rudolph. Like, it was professionally... Oh my god, I got hiccups. It was professionally filmed. You can watch it on archive.org. Is this we got a trailer. We got a trailer, we can watch a trailer.
Was weiß denn du von der Welt?
Dieses Land auseinanderfällt.
Rudolph's arguing with his papa. Elizabeth is not present in this musical. And, oh, Green, I feel Green watched Rudolph first and thought that the reason why Elizabeth wasn't here is that she's dead, but then obviously watched Elizabeth's Das Musical and found out, no, she's alive the whole time. I wonder if it was done for two reasons. One, I wonder if Frank Wildhorn didn't want to try and compete with Elizabeth Das Musical by trying to characterize Elizabeth any differently. And or, I mean, she neglected him, so her literally not being in the musical is a big metaphor for, like, she wasn't there. She wasn't there for him, so she doesn't get to be in the musical with his name on, because she just wasn't there. Like, emotionally and, like, physically. Like, she was alive, but...
Neuen hat ihn Mut angefacht. Lasst das Licht der Erneuerung euch leiten. Kämpft für Freiheit in dem Land. Drehend. Längst schon ist es Zeit. Seid ihr denn bereit? Gehen wir diesen Weg und unser Traum wird Wirklichkeit.
But this love affair that is depicted in this musical is maybe not, like, entirely true to life and factual in all the little details, but it is a real thing that happens. I'm not sure that this song should be in the trailer. Oh, it's just them making out. Well, you get to watch Drew make out with people. Let me see if there's different clips. Do we have a different trailer? I think this is a different trailer.
Rudolf, Affäre Meierling. Das neue Musical im Raimund Theater.
It's a new musical in the Ryman Theatre. I know what that means. I could translate.
So sich greift und meinen müden Geist fast wie neu
Vor dem Hintergrund der zerfallenden Donaumonarchie erzählt es von Leidenschaft, Schicksal und Rebellion.
I'm just choosing not to translate it. No, I can't translate it.
Von der großen Liebe und ihrem tragischen Scheitern.
Because my thing with Rudolph is, like, I personally don't like the songs that much. That's how I am with most Frank Wildhorn musicals. There's a few songs in every one of his musicals where I'm like, okay, that's a bop. That I love that. That song's great. That song's great. But the majority of them I end up thinking are boring. And that's true of Rudolph as well. But don't let that opinion
Don't let me being like, I wouldn't particularly choose to rewatch this one because I find most of the songs boring. Don't let that put you off. Because Green would say, this is a great musical. Green really loves it. That's just my personal opinion. And you might watch it and really, really like it.
Und sensibler junger Mann. Erkennt den Wandel der Zeit und ist offen für neue Ideen.
Kämpft mit mir für das nie gelebte Leben, frei von Ungerechtigkeit. Lasst uns heute noch beginnen, der Weg dorthin ist nicht mehr weit.
Aber unglücklich in seiner Ehe und politisch ohne jede Macht fühlt sich Rudolf gefangen.
There's Uwe. There's our original Detard again.
Im Reich, der dem Land den Segen bringt. Unsere goldene Zukunft lässt ganz
Umgeben von Spitzeln und Verrätern
I need him to
kämpft
tango
er
with
gegen
me,
mächtige
please.
politische
I want
Intrigen.
Detard to tango with me.
so betrachtet ist es an der Zeit.
Sein Vater Kaiser Franz
Yeah, if you've
Josef
watched Green
vertraut
streams,
ihm
you've probably
nicht
already
und will
heard
von seinen
Rudolph's
Ideen
songs.
nichts wissen. Seine liberalen Freunde werden verfolgt und bedroht.
Gleich wie sehr sich der Zorn oder Groll im Volk auch bald. Ich halt die Fäden in der Hand. Bleibt nicht länger stehen, wagt es hinzusehen. Mit vereinten Kräften kann so vieles noch geschehen.
Erst die Begegnung mit der jungen, lebensfrohen Mary Wetscherer verleiht ihm neuen Mut.
Bring mich nach Meierling.
Sie träumen von Freiheit und Glück.
The ice
einem
skating, I
gemeinsamen
mean,
Leben ohne Zwänge
rollerblading.
und Konventionen.
It's don't put no. Don't put. I was about to say don't put the snowman in the trailer because I want people to be surprised. You saw nothing. You didn't see any kind of nightmare creature roller skating around the stage because obviously they couldn't put an actual ice rink on stage, so they're using roller skates instead. You didn't see the nightmare creature. You wait to see the nightmare creature until until Sunday.
Aber die Wirklichkeit holt sie bald wieder ein.
He's horrible. I don't like. Oh, to be like. Sorry.
Aus Furcht um die Zukunft der Monarchie versucht man den Kronprinzen zur Vernunft zu bringen. Doch was bleibt dem sensiblen und schwermütigen Rudolf, wenn nicht die Liebe? Eine Geschichte, die die Welt verändert hat als packendes Musical und spektakuläre Bühnenshow. Rudolf, Affäre Meierling, jetzt im Raimund Theater. Tickets in Ihrem Reisebüro oder bei Wien Ticket unter 58885.
Well, not anymore. This was 2009. But yeah, that's what we're watching on Sunday. I don't know what else to talk about on stream. That was all my updates and stuff. Green, don't lie. Look, one, if you've seen Elizabeth, you know how Rudolph's story ends, but you don't know all the details because Elizabeth did not include any of his love interests that existed in real life. You will see Rudolph through in this musical to the end. If you've seen Elizabeth, you know what that means. Check the trigger warnings if you feel you need to. What I will say, without spoiling things, I don't know if I've mentioned this to Green before, is the ending of Rudolph, if I'm mailing, is, what historians have thought happened to them, but was not known as fact until, like, literally, like, a few years ago. And they found some of Mary's diaries, like, the real person, Mary, they found some of her diaries, like, in, like, a wall. They were, like, excavating something, and they found some of her old diaries that confirm, yes, that was the plan they had. She wrote it down, that was their plan. Obviously, that doesn't still confirm that everything happened the way it did, because plans can change. They can make plans, write them down, and then go there in person, and then argue, and who knows. But we at least know for sure, definitely, yes, that was the plan, so that's likely what happened. That they did, you know. Whereas people were like, well, we don't know for sure, maybe something happened, maybe an accident happened, maybe, like, someone else was there and did something, and it's like, no, we found her diary. Historians found her diaries now. That they fully planned to do what they did. Obviously, who knows? There's still ambiguity there because not everything goes to plan.
but at the very least we know that that definitely was their plan, and it's not like some other people showed up and or anything, you know. There's a little real piece of history without me being able to say the details, but if you know how the real historical Rudolph's life went, you can gather what I'm talking about. I always try and think, like, if anyone's played Rudolph in both productions. In both musicals, in both Elizabeth and Rudolph. But I don't think anyone has. I don't think any of the understudies for Drew, because obviously Drew hasn't been in Elizabeth, but I don't think any of the understudies for him were in... I know Rory Six was one of his understudies, but I don't think he's played Rudolph in Elizabeth. Yeah, I mean, Drew's sang Elizabeth songs in concert settings. He sang Deshanten Würdenlanger as Rudolph, and he sang Die letzte Tanz as der Tod. I don't think he's ever sung Deshanten Würdenlanger as der Tod. Like, he sang it as Rudolph at Uwe's birthday concert, with Uwe singing as der Tod, obviously. But he's also sung it when he has been to Russia to perform as Krolok, when he had a guest appearance as Krolok in the Russian production of Tanzi Vampire, which in Russia is called Bal Vampirov. There's him singing as Rudolph with Kirill Gordeev, which is who plays Herbert in the Russian productions, with Kirill singing as der Tod. There's never been a Russian production of Elizabeth. They've sang some Elizabeth songs at, like, Russian Best of Musical concerts, where Kirill has sung Deschatten, Würdenlanger, and Wenn ich tanzen will, and I think maybe Die letzte Tanz? I don't know if Ivan Ozhogin, which plays Krolok, in the Russian Tanzi Vampire, it is in a lot of musicals. He's played Phantom in Russian Phantom as well. I don't know if he's sang any Elizabeth songs, but Kirill's sang a few. But they've never actually had a production of Elizabeth. But yeah, I don't know if Drew's ever sang Deschatten as der Tod. We could find out. I almost think he might have. At some, like, little kind of musical concerts. Sometimes in Germany and Austria there's these kind of best of musical concerts, but they're not real concerts. It's like a tiny little stage. It's more like they're performing at, like, a festival of sorts, right? And I think maybe he might have sang it with Lucas Perman, because when Drew played Krolok for the first time in the 2010 Tanzi Vampire revival, he took over after Thomas Borhert left. Lucas was playing Alfred, and Lucas has also played Rudolph in Elizabeth a few times. He was the original Rudolph in the 2003 revival. He's not Rudolph in the DVD filmed version of the 2003 revival. Either he'd left by that point, or he was, like, sick or injured. So it's, like, one of the understudies who's playing him. And he's also played... he also was Rudolph in the 2012 revival with Mark Seibert as der Tod. And I seem to think because Lucas has was playing Alfred opposite. I was right! Oh my god, okay. I was like, I think because Lucas has played Rudolph quite a number of times in multiple different productions, and he was playing Alfred opposite Drew in Tanzi Vampire, I think they did do a performance together. They did! It was in 2018, though, which is not when they were playing. It was in 2018. They played They played Krolok and Alfred opposite each other back in 2010. And I don't think he wasn't currently starring in Elizabeth at this point either. But I was right in remembering that. I was like, I think maybe they've performed it with Drew as der Tod. I think he's done it once with Lucas. And I was right. He's done it once with Lucas. We'll play this, and then I think that's gonna be the end of stream, because I don't know what else to talk about. I said it would just be a just chatting stream. I hope this stream hasn't been boring. I mean, we figured some stuff out. I'll try and see if I can get Great God Grove playable on my PC, and maybe we'll stream that. And I'll see if I can do, like, a test stream to see if we can have a keyboard stream going. for potential PC donathon, so I can buy a new PC. So then I can stream web fishing, and we can play web fishing together on stream, and I can play other games, and I can play games I have without them lagging, and I can stream in 1080p. I stream in 640 because my PC literally can't. So we'll end with this. So you can get Krolok and Alfred as the Todd and Rudolph.
Ich hab getanzt heute Nacht. Sehen wir denn jetzt? Guten Tag. Ich hab getanzt heute Nacht. Ich gehöre nur mir. Mondlicht. Starlight Express. Schönes Licht. I'm from Austria. Barbarella. Wake up!
This dude.
Oder?
Oh, they could do Elizabeth. Just no, actually, switch. No, yo, do Starlight Express instead.
Ich hatte dich noch nie als tot. Ich hab schon so viele Tode geküsst, aber dich noch nie. Dafür gibt's Zeit.
Sorry, I can't translate them goofing around. They're just goofing around. Lucas has got his serious face on. We get Drew as the Todd in the Gay Seduction song where he's seducing the little twink. I wish I could be the twink. I've kissed so many deaths whenever you. I know that is that what he said? That's so sad. Lucas said I've kissed so many Todds whenever you, which he has. He's kissed Mate Kamaras and then all of Mate's understudies probably. And then Mark Seibert and whoever was understudying for Mark. So at least like 6 different Todd actors he'll have kissed, a minimum. At least 6. Never Drew. Well, that could change tonight, Lucas, if you weren't a coward. You could change that right now, boys. They gave the Todd the high harmony back because it's Drew, and that's where his voice is suited for. I don't think Drew could sing the low harmony. It's originally the Todd's harmony, and then they started giving it to Rudolph instead. I'm glad they were like, no, Drew, you do the high harmony like it should be. It makes more sense for Death to have the high harmony anyway. Stop casting actors who have too low of a voice to sing it. Let him sing the high harmony. I think it shows that he's more the one like that's in control and like trying to. Well, it's not even the high harmony. It's the regular fucking note, because he's the one who's like controlling the situation, right? Oh, Drew's doing his little fucking sad eyebrow shit that he does as Krolok. Oh, he did the regular note. The typical note is to go and then at some point, they changed it around 2012, and some Alfreds go not Alfred, sorry, Rudolph's. Like they go up. Lucas didn't go up. He stuck with the original note. I kind of like the high note. Sorry, I keep pausing. I like Elizabeth. I get distracted. I pause and I talk over things. Julie gets annoyed with me sometimes. I just get too excited. Yeah, I paused so I can talk, so I'm not talking over them, yeah. Just like to have things to say. Oh my god, Drew! You can't just grab a man's tit. I thought, oh, he's gonna put his arm on his shoulder like later the Todds do. No. No, he went round. But they held hands at least. No kiss. No kiss. I'll put the link in chat since Green wants it. I know, Green wants it. God, it's so it. Alright, we're not gonna play the whole thing, but I see the thumbnail down here for Kirill and Drew, and you know, with Kirill, which is Russian Herbert, singing as the Todd and Drew as Rudolph, you know why it's strange? Because it's very rare that you get to see a man stand next to Drew, and Drew be the shorter one. But Russian Herbert and Russian Krolok are both like 6'4", and Drew's like 6'3", something. Like, it's so strange seeing people be taller than him. I don't know if they do it in German or Russian, I'll be real. It's so weird seeing Drew look short. Guys, look, he's so small. I've shared pictures of the Russian cast of Taz before. Ivan especially is huge, but Kirill's a tall boy too. It's so weird seeing Drew look short. I think they're doing it in German. Okay. I don't know if Kirill's singing his part in Russian. No, he's doing it in German. So weird seeing Drew. Yeah, they are doing it in German. But I said we're not watching anymore. I'm sorry he looks sad, Green. Thanking us for stream. I know it's only 3 hours, but my voice hurts, so I don't want to talk for much longer. Next stream, I'll try and see if we can get Great God Grove working. Whenever I do the test stream for that, it won't be the real stream. I'll just do like literally like a 10-minute long stream just to see if the game opens and loads, and if it does, then I'll just end stream and we'll play it for real on a proper stream. Same for with the keyboard, if I can get that situation working. That I will do a test stream just to see how the volume levels are. That's just like, again, like 10 minutes long or whatever. What we're doing next on proper streams, again, it'll just be me rambling like this for a while. And if Great God Grove does work, then we can go back to playing that, and I should try and get back to playing Hades as well. I just haven't wanted to play any video games lately. I'm really happy with the hyperfixations I have. I don't need any new ones, thank you, because if I get a new one, it will kick out one of the ones I currently have. And Castlevania already left me once, and I've fought to get it back, and it's back. Olrox is back. I'm very happy. Although I kind of lost him this morning because, you know, I went to bed thinking about him, as you do. And instead I had a dream with Lucifer in it, and I'm like, why are you back? I'm not hyperfixated on Supernatural anymore. I mean, I don't mind. Hi, welcome back, but like, you're not the person I wanted to kiss in my dream tonight. I wanted all wrong. So I've been fighting off Supernatural all day. But So we'll see what happens. I don't know what I'm doing for the rest of the day. What I would like to do is, now that I'm clearly comfortable with drawing Not Safe for Work art again, I would like to draw some of my OCs. I would like to be able to, one, be like, hey, here's what their bodies look like. As like a better reference. But also, I have an Ambrose Arden piece that you were promised back from the November 2023 subathon. And boy, if I'm comfy drawing Not Safe for Work out now, I should really try and do that. I've tried to draw it so many times over the years and gotten uncomfortable. And I'll be honest, ever since I designed the young versions, I can't stop thinking about them, especially Arden. Nikki. Like, because, you know, if he's not getting a haircut, he's also not shaving. I imagine that he looks more feral overall back then than he does in the modern day. And I just can't stop thinking about him with his massive hair. With all, like, going up like his big old mane. So we'll see. I'd like to draw that. I'd like to draw Olrox as well. I'd like to draw Olrox and Adrian. I'd like to draw all my boys naked. Just as a reference. Because some of them do have different stuff going on with their body. I would love to redraw Satin's thumbnail one day, because I really messed it up. He's meant to be a little thicker. I don't know how else to say it than how I drew him. He does have a little tummy. He's got chunky thighs. Kind of thing like, you know that Monster High doll of Draculaura where she's got the big thighs? That's that's like what Satin's meant to look like. And I kind of messed up. I mean, you can't tell because they're under the skirt. One, but also I drew the stocking. You shouldn't be able to see the top of his garters and his stockings. You shouldn't be able to see the top of the stockings because the skirt is covering all of his thighs. Why did I make the stockings visible? They should be under the skirt. Stockings don't start like just above the knee. They're like mid-thigh. That's not where his mid-thigh is. He doesn't have crazy long legs. That I've from the beginning I've known that I've drawn it incorrect. I didn't notice initially when I first drew it, and that's been eating me alive for 2 years. But I like to you know, draw them all, and I like, if you haven't noticed, when I give characters top surgery scars, I like them to have differently shaped scars, especially if it's something that somehow that kind of suits. I mean, you've already seen like Amoros's scars are kind of these little half heart swirl things. I like giving them different shapes. I think it's fun. No, they're not accurate. Who gives a shit? I also don't think I mentioned this anywhere, but when people were like, "Oh my god, you're transing all your OCs," and I was talking about with Green with this yesterday in Discord, like the reason why I didn't make it clear at the beginning of whether or not like Lucian and Lysander were trans is because I was worried that it would put people off. That's stupid. If you like men, then you should also like trans men. I mean, I'm not gonna. You're allowed, like, people are allowed to have genitalia preferences and all of that. Like, it's not transphobic to be freaked out or intimidated or not attracted to a certain kind of genitalia. But, I don't want people listening who are like, yay men, but you're trans men. Like, obviously, right? Because I'm trans. And I'd been worried about making Lucian and Lysander trans. I think, one, because at the time I didn't have any OCs that had bottom surgery, and I didn't know enough about it, and then I realized, dude, this is a fantasy series. I was like, but can they do all of this if they have bottom surgery IRL? And it's like, but this isn't IRL. It's a fantasy series. They can do whatever they want. I can make it so they can do whatever they want, for one. That just, like, magic. I can make them able to get people pregnant, which I don't want to do. But, like, it's, like, magic exists in this world, in that fantasy story anyway. So it's like, who gives a shit? The bottom surgery doesn't have to be realistic. Because, like, real bottom surgery, you can't, like, get hard without, like, a prosthesis kind of thing. But it's like, right, but this is a fantasy series, so I can just have it. They can just do that. Firstly. And then also, like, yeah, I was like, but what if people are off-put? And it's like, why are people going to be off-put? The only people who are off-put by that are going to be the kind of people I don't want watching my content. Right? So I was just like, fuck it. What am I doing? I so rarely, like, when the majority of people headcanon characters as trans men,
it tends to be the twinks, let's face it. And don't get me wrong, I love Victor as trans headcanons. I, like, my biggest things where I'm like, this is just canon to me, is, like, Victor from Arcane, Alucard from Castlevania, Dawn from Fear and Hunger. And yeah, they're all pretty twinkish, right? But, and it's rarer that you see more bigger, beefier, plus-sized, like, male characters get headcanoned as trans, which is why when people do headcanon Jace as trans, that makes me excited. When people draw Ghost from Call of Duty as trans, that makes me excited. Even though that's not what my body type looks like, it's just nice to see. Like, I'm not muscular, but it's not all trans men are like skinny little twinks, and I feel like that is so much of how trans men and trans masc people are represented, that you don't see, you know, that somehow people think if you don't have that body type, you aren't a proper trans man, or that people just don't realize that you can be different. And even though, of course, Lucian and Lysander are not the biggest boys in the world, but it's also, like, in terms of, like, even facial hair as well. Like, not all trans boys have to be the twinkish characters, and I am always scared of drawing beards and facial hair. But boy, I tried I always think I suck at it, but I tried really hard for Lucian. Because I think, again, people have this idea, and it probably comes from the idea that people think that they can always tell, right? When someone's trans, and it's like, right, I'm giving Lucian, like, a full fucking beard and mustache. Because you cannot. There's no such thing as you can always tell when someone is trans. And I think as well with shipping Lucian and Lysander, those are my only OCs who are both trans with bottom surgery that I ship. Right, that are a couple. And I've never thought about and wrote about two trans guys with bottom surgery engaging in intercourse before. And I feel like the majority of time when you see trans man headcanons, even for the characters that aren't just the little twinks all the time, they always have bottom surgery. Don't get me wrong, I love that shit because I also don't have bottom surgery, so I like seeing myself represented. But I think trans guys with bottom surgery also deserve to see some representation. Like, they don't stop being trans just because now they've had bottom surgery. And I already have a couple of my trans OCs that don't have top surgery. Ambrose doesn't have top surgery. Like, he only has A cups, but I haven't been brave enough to make a trans man OC who doesn't have top surgery and does have larger breasts, personally. Not because I don't agree with that. Absolutely, trans men with big breasts are still men. It's just, personally, I have a lot of top dysphoria. I have a larger chest, and if I were to make a character that had a larger chest, and then people wanted, and who didn't have top dysphoria, right, and then people wanted not safe for recordings with them, I know in my heart, like, I know that I wouldn't be confident, or I wouldn't be comfortable recording a not safe for work audio as a trans man character who has breasts and is comfortable with them. Because I wouldn't be able to act that, because it would make me feel dysphoric even just to act that out. So that's why. But of course, trans men with big breasts, of course, still are trans men. So even though the only ones I have that don't have top surgery do still have quite small busts, it's just because I'm the one recording it. I'm the one who has to record myself as them. If I wasn't, if they were just an OC that I was making in a comic, then I wouldn't limit them in that way. It's just I personally don't want to voice act that. But like, I've got ones that don't have top surgery. Why was I so hesitant to have ones? A variety of bottom situations. I don't know, but I know we're scared writing them down as trans, and especially Hawthorne was the first one I was really scared about. And I know that was like almost a year ago now. But when the Hawthorne's not safe for work audio, I was worried because not only did people not know he was trans, but he doesn't have bottom surgery. And I was really worried that people were going to be upset and disappointed. But I didn't get any nasty comments. Maybe some people thought stuff, but they didn't comment it.
I didn't, you know, I know, especially for people who'd been requesting Hawthorne not safe for work audios, I'm like, fuck, if they've been imagining him having, like, a dick this whole time, are they gonna be upset? Are they gonna be disappointed? Is this not what they want? But ultimately, it's like, I don't know. There's plenty of other audios for people to listen to with characters that do have dicks, if they want. And, like, no one left any mean comments. And I wanted to have a character who's, like, Hawthorne is maybe, even though, like, Johan has gone more grey than Hawthorne is, I think Hawthorne might be older, like, at least at the time. At the very least, at the time, Hawthorne was the oldest character that I had, in terms of his age. And boy, you just don't see a lot of older trans men characters. And I wanted to be like, yeah, you know, here's a guy that's clearly, like, in his 50s. And he's got a T-Dig. Like, I want that to be a piece of representation that I have in my little OC bank. Because, again, the majority of trans male characters that you see typically tend to be short, really thin, usually white, usually young, usually top surgery, no bottom surgery, usually bottoms, and submissives. And I'm like, fuck all of that. I mean, like, and that's fine if someone fits all of those, you know, if you have an OC that fits all of that, and if you yourself fit all of that. But if I'm gonna have a range of OCs, I want them at least to show, and I'm gonna make them, and if I'm gonna make all, if not almost all of them trans, Johan is the only one that is canonically cis. He's my token cis. Gotta have one of them, right? And which was mostly the reason why Johan is cis. Is one, he just said that he was, and two, it works better for Ambrose's narrative, because the reason why Ambrose wants to meet Arden again so badly is because Arden's the first trans person that Ambrose has ever met, other than, like, is the first other trans person he's ever met. He wouldn't, if Johan was trans, I don't think Ambrose would have been as eager to see Arden again, you know, considering Arden's just trying to kill him. I think he would have been like, that werewolf was kind of cute, but, like, bye. Whereas with Johan being cis, that allows Arden to be the first trans person that Ambrose has met, which is why Ambrose really wants him to talk to him more. I did say in Discord yesterday, people were really, I was like, people were writing stuff about, like, really kind of teasing and tormenting Johan, and I was like, yes, bully my one cis male OC, bully him. Don't bully the rest. Well, you can bully Hawthorne, it's fine, he'd be into it. But I hope at least with my OCs, even though I know there's still ways to go with representation. The reason why I hesitated for so long on having a bigger range of skin tones is just because I am white, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to... It's fine for me to make OCs of different skin tones, but I don't know if it's fine for me to voice them, so that's why I've been slower at that. But I know, I know there's ways to go with, like, body type and stuff. That's honestly also just me having drawn a kind of average body type for most of my life and not really consciously thinking about drawing other types and not knowing how. That's something that I've got to get better at. But yeah, I mean, Johan has a bit of a tummy too. I hope that's noticeable in the artwork. But at the very least, there's a range of different trans men and what a trans man's body can be like in terms of level of quote-unquote transition. I kind of almost hate the term transition because, like, as someone who's not on T, as someone who hasn't had any kind of surgeries yet, and as someone who is only looking to get top surgery, I'm like, the term transition can make me feel insecure and uncomfortable because I'm like, well, I haven't, have I? But I know that transition doesn't just mean medical. Transition can include changing your name, it can include changing your pronouns, it can include just you wanting to be called something different. But I don't think that's what people think in their head when they think transition. I think when people think transition, they mostly think the medical stuff. So, that, I'm putting that in quotation marks, but you know, there's at least a range of this person has no top and no bottom surgery. This person has, this man has no top and no bottom surgery. This person only has bottom surgery, or only has top surgery, or has both, or has been on T or hasn't been on T. Like, Arden's kind of got, Arden has been on T, but not in the typical way. obviously, Lucian has been on T. In terms of the rest of them, sorry, I brought all this up to say that I don't know that I'd mentioned it, but I want to say that I fully decided that Silk is also trans but has bottom surgery and top surgery, unlike Cyan, who just... Did I say that Cyan has top surgery? I don't remember, but Cyan doesn't have bottom surgery. I hadn't decided with Silk whether he was trans for a long time, and I just realized that I'd never actually... I had decided about like a month ago or two, and I don't think I'd ever said it out loud anywhere. So that whole rant was because I wanted to mention that Cyan has top surgery. Oh yeah. I think... Yes, that's right, because I had it that like he has had top surgery, because I think... Because Cyan has like quite large hips and thighs, that he probably had quite large breasts, so that's why he did get top surgery, even though he does like having his chest played with. But I think I said it in an audio, or at least it is canon, that like if he didn't have you can lose sensitivity after top surgery, but he definitely like got some stuff or had something done to make sure that he kept his sensitivity or even had an increased sensitivity. And again, and even though Satin has had top surgery, there's a range there in terms of like kinks as well, in terms of Satin likes having his chest touched. I don't know that I can say that for any of my other trans men OCs. I don't know. And personally for me, I personally don't. That's very dysphoric for me. But I want to be able to portray trans men that don't go anywhere near their chest. But also that some trans men are fine with it, and Satin's fine with it. Like, I want a range of, like, trans men aren't one thing. Trans men don't all have the same kind of body, don't all want the same kind of transition, and don't all like the same things, don't all have the same levels of dysphoria or dysphoria in the same places. You said Valentine Satin with the shaky hands, and my brain... I realized you were saying it because both of them like their chests, but my brain just pictured them together instead. They'd have fun. They'd have fun together. No, so my brain places too. I will say something that my own brain thought of, I think literally earlier today, which this isn't canon. It was just a thought of like, I was like, if any of my OCs had to take the place of Ambrose and Arden's little human, who would work the best? And I don't know. My start, I was trying to think of, look, I'm gonna be real. I have shipped my OCs together in non-canon pairings since I've had OCs, which has been like since I've been 11. I immediately put Valentine in 2 green. I did the same thing. I immediately put Valentine in there. I don't know if that is the best, if that is the most compatible. But it would be nice if it was someone who, I think it has to be someone who is a switch or submissive, because Ambrose doesn't sub, and Arden likes being able to dominate someone. He doesn't do that with Ambrose. Not that, like, and again, in their actual canon, it is just Ambrose and Arden. They don't have a third in their actual canon, and Arden does not miss. Arden's not like, man, I really wish I could dom Rose on me somewhere. Like, no, like he's very happy with him and Ambrose's dynamic. Like, obviously he can still, like, you can be with someone and not share all the same kinks and be fine with that, you know? But yeah, I immediately was like, what about Valentine? Poor guy gonna die. No, you know who'd die in that situation? Poor Arden would die in that situation. You haven't seen what Valentine's like as a dog. Arden's the one who's gonna die in that situation. He's gonna have 2 condescending people. How's he gonna cope? I think probably like the OC who's the closest maybe to how the listener is and feels maybe would actually be Orpheus. In terms of like personality and in terms of his like feeling more inexperienced and his shyness and all of that. But I don't actually practically see that working. Just because Orpheus is Siren. If Orpheus was human, I think maybe that would be the most compatible thing. I haven't ever decided if Orpheus is gonna have a Little Mermaid situation. If he did, it wouldn't be permanent. It would be like, hey, we got you something that you can wear that can temporarily give you legs, and like a fucking like a cuff or something, like a bracelet band, and he puts it on, and as soon as he takes it off, he's back to fish. You know. Sorry, Green, our brains going the same place. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, that rant was just because I wanted to say Silk's trans, by the way. It will, it's gonna get mentioned in an audio anyway. I know I recorded an audio where he mentions it, so. Just so you know, that's coming. I don't know when that audio's going up. But I realized I just hadn't mentioned it anywhere. I'd have to check Patreon, and I don't know if from the app I can see my scheduled posts on the app. Can I? I can! Oh, it's not for a while. It's not till March. But it coming. Also, wow, no, it's literally only showing me 4 of my scheduled posts that I have on Patreon. I'm going on Patreon, I'm going on Manage Posts, and it's supposed to show me all of my posts, right? It should show me all of them. It's showing me 4. It's showing me 4. It's only showing me 4. The Posts tab should show me both my scheduled posts and the posts that are already out, that you guys can already see. And Patreon thinks, out of all of those, probably at this point, hundreds of posts, that I actually only have 4. That's the mobile app for you. I wanted to see when the next part of that Ambrose Arden thing was coming out, but it won't let me see. I mean, on my PC, I could just look at my PC. But I just didn't want to open Patreon on the PC, because the website doesn't really like being opened that much either. Someone just asked if I only sell my stuff in the USA, and it's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm not based in the USA. I don't know what gave you that impression. Oh my god, this comment's so long. Also, you can just look on the Etsy shop. Famously American man. Do they think, like, my, like, Mark and Bucky audios are my real voice and all the rest are fake? I mean, I don't think my American accent was that good.
Oh my god, if I'm trying to be like, because they also asked would I make keychains of Lucy and Alessandro, and I'm like, well, I only would if it was a Donathon reward, but I'm like, they're not gonna know what a Donathon is, are they? And then I'm gonna have to explain. I should just say no. Because it would only be a Donathon. Here's the problem here's what I can't do. What I did with the last Donathon is too many rewards that I had to then spend money on getting, to the point where it's like, what am I doing? Like, if the Donathon money is meant to go towards a certain thing, how am I gonna use the Donathon money for moving out if actually I'm using the Donathon money to fund all these keychains? You know? That's the problem I did with the last one. Is that I didn't end up with as much money as I thought, so it would have to be a pretty high reward. I'm just gonna tell them I don't have any current plans to make them into keychains. I don't want to have to explain the whole situation because it might not even happen. So obviously I can't ship to EU country though because of that new stupid law that means like if you're outside the EU you can't ship to an EU country unless you want to spend like hundreds of thousands of pounds hiring someone in the EU to do all this stuff for you. I'm like, no, no. Obviously you can get around that if you've got like a friend in a non-EU country and then I can send it them and then they can send it you. It's just if you like, people can send stuff to the EU, you just can't send it to them if you're selling it. But if it's a gift, it's fine. Hi Kitty, I don't know when you left. I'm winding down and ending stream now. I hope eye doctor goes okay. We'll just say that. This is, oh my god, that's such a long comment. I'm not answering every question that you've got. But I never get when people ask, like, does your Etsy shop ship to my country? People message me that on Etsy all the time, like, do you ship to my country? And then don't say what their country is, and I'm like, you do know, like, you don't have, like, Etsy doesn't have, like, social media profiles. I don't know what country you're based in. You have to tell me. Also, this whole process of you asking me and waiting for a reply is a waste of time. You can see. When you go to anyone's Etsy listing, and you know, there's the picture, and then to the right, there's the price, and like the add to cart button, and the purchase button, and then underneath that, there's like the description, and then underneath that, it says how much the shipping costs, and also if it ships to your country. And if it doesn't ship to your country, it will just say, this is not available in your country. And if you're not logged in, or for some reason Etsy can't see what country, just add it to your cart and try and buy it. And if I don't ship to your country, it won't let you buy it. Like, it's saving you time for you to just check yourself. Just check, it's gonna take longer for you to message me. Probably messaged me while I was asleep because of time zone differences. I'm waiting like 12 hours for me to reply when you could have just scrolled down. My goodness. But yeah, I'm gonna wind. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of the day. I said I would like to draw, but we'll see. It is actually getting close to dinner time. So I also will eat soon. Audio tonight, you get Valentine's Day audio. Audio Saturday, and then I should see you guys hopefully on Monday. I don't know what I'll be doing yet. We'll figure that out. Hopefully I have a few more drawings done
by Monday. Hopefully, I phoned the hospital. And hopefully have my MRI results. That would be nice. It is Wednesday, my dudes. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. I might pop in silent co-working, I might not. Over the next few days, we'll see. I've been enjoying working in there. Oh yes, sorry, more importantly, it is Wooper Wednesday, you're right. Oh my god, and then tomorrow it's Out of Touch Thursday! Oh! So yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys Sunday. Sunday, Jesus fucking Christ. Monday! Don't freak out if not, it just means I got sad, probably. I will see some of you Sunday for the watch party in Discord. And yeah, I'll try and get some test streams done at some point for Great God Grove and for keyboard stuffs. And obviously, as soon as like the PC stuff gets sorted and I actually know exactly what parts I'm getting and stuff, I'll let you guys know. And I guess we'll see if doing like a donathon with like a keyboard stream is enjoyable, hopefully. Obviously that will depend on how the microphone picks up the keyboard, as well as my voice, and as long as it doesn't deafen people, or like buzz, or the sound of the keys isn't louder than the actual sound of the music, then we'll have to see. That's where I need to test it. And hopefully that it fits in my room. I'm always gonna go. And hopefully that I can sit at it. Hopefully I can lower the stand enough that I can stay in this chair. We don't have any kind of tall stool. So, this chair does have arms on it though, that might be a problem. I do have a little stool, it's got stuff on it, but we'll figure something out. Whenever those test streams are, I'm not gonna like announce them in advance, they'll just be little impromptu kind of 20-minute long streams. And anyone who wants to come along can come along. You'll just be my guinea pig on like, does this sound okay? Okay, is this too loud? Is it too quiet? That's really the purpose of them. Because I'm not going to commit to a full stream doing keyboard or playing Great God Grove if it turns out my PC. If it turns out as soon as I launch the game while streaming, it lags and like I drop down to like 1 frame every minute, so... we will see, we will see. Thank you guys for stream. I'm gonna go rest my voice. And we'll see if Julia, I presume Julia fell back asleep. We'll see if she's awake. And I should see you guys on Monday. Enjoy your date tonight. Mwah.